12.3 trillion shillings in 2013 to 13.5 trillion shillings currently. CS Ukuriatani says, looking back since 2013 when the current government took reign of power, Kenya has achieved monumental milestones, especially at the macroeconomic level. It said President Uhuru Kenyatta's tenure has seen implementation of socio-economic policies and structural reforms. Kenya has graduated from a low-income to a low-middle-income country with an estimated per capita income of 244,099 shillings in 2021. This is a significant leap of 92.1% from the level of 127,065 shillings in 2013. It says the economy has grown by 155% from the value of 5.3 trillion shillings to 13.5 trillion shillings in 2022. A strong economic growth averaging 4.6% has been realized over the period, including impressive recovery of 7.6% in 2021 from a contraction of 0.3% in 2020 occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the government has allocated education, infrastructure, security and Big Four agenda the biggest share of the 2022-2023 budget as it presented the budget to Kenyans yesterday. Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ukuriatani, in his budget statement for the next financial year, outlined sectors that will invest the most money as the government seeks to boost the economy after a devastating 2 years of COVID-19 shocks. Education received the lion's share with 513.8 billion shillings allocated to it. Infrastructural development was allocated 368.5 billion shillings, while national security received 317.9 billion shillings, and President Kenyatta's Big Four agenda received 146.9 billion shillings. And the county governments will receive a whopping 370 billion shillings as an equitable share in the financial year 2022-2023. Treasury CS Ukuriatani said this represents 27.3% increase from the most recent audited revenue. Yatani said counties will also receive 37.1 billion shillings as conditional allocation, with total allocation being 407 billion shillings. He directed all county governments and government institutions to clear their pending bills by the end of the financial year 2021-2022. Further, county governments have been allocated 7.1 billion shillings under the Equalization Fund in 2022-2023, which targets 14 marginalized counties. Now, all motorcycles and tricycle owners will now be required to take insurance covers for their passengers under new government activities and directives. This is according to a new proposal by Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ukuriatani, saying the move will aid in addressing the rise in accidents caused by riders in the sector. Yatani argues that the sector has grown exponentially over the years and is well capable of sustaining the needs and welfare of passengers in cases where accidents lead to loss of lives, injuries and other damages. Meanwhile, Garissa Township Member of Parliament Aden Duale claims that the 2022-2023 budget is illegitimate and unlawful. In a statement, Duale claimed Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ukuriatani partook in appropriating funds for expenditure by the national government and other state organs, despite the fact that the National Assembly has the sole constitutional powers to do so. Duale went on to say that the executive has on more than one occasion allegedly attempted to usurp the National Assembly's role in the budget-making process. According to Duale, the yearly reading of the budget statement, which is usually done by the head of Treasury, is an avenue the executive is allegedly implementing to undermine Parliament's budget-making powers. Now, chiefs are betting the exchange of gifts and marriage offers to overlook teenage pregnancies in the country risk sacking and arrest. This is according to Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i. The CS says that despite the prevalent traditional justice systems in the jurisdictions, the government is set to constitutionally deal with the issue, which is unlawful under the policy of zero tolerance on sexual liaisons with minors, including the prevention of HIV/AIDS infection, teenage pregnancies and gender-based violence. It said that recent research pointed to the three social evils and their cause being some of the practices in the communities. He added that the National Government Administrative Officers, previously known as the Provincial Administration, was now tasked with collecting and transmitting data and leading civic awareness on the three challenges. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nyeri.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country, and I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Number Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the constitution is an illegal act. You know, he shouldn't be doing it, and he should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, it's Friday and we're at the tail end of the week and there's not much happening on the roads this morning. If you're trying to get out and about, now would be the time to do so because not many folks are on these Nairobi streets. We'll be taking a look at what's happening in other parts of the country, but for now, it looks like Uhuru Highway is free and clear, coming out of Westlands, going to Westlands, coming from the Thika Superhighway as well. That hasn't really built up in any way, shape or form. Just your normal traffic at about 6 after 6 o'clock. What else is going on? The Eastern Bypass where we see some action, but apart from that, nothing really going on. Shall we take a look, see in about half an hour and see how things unfold? Let's do it. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. It's a good thing to keep Friday moving.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
Good morning,
not
how
down.
are you doing? Happy Friday, 9 minutes after 6 on the 8th day of that month. You know what month it is. It's still March 2022. Kenya's biggest conversation welcomes you to the weekend. Ndu Okoh, Eric Latiff, and our guest host on Fridays, Wajiru Ekonyo. Wajiru,
Yes.
how are you?
I'm well, Eric.
How was your week?
It was a great
Ebu,
week.
adjust your mic and then we'll come back to you.
All right, Mr.
Ndu Okoh,
Yeah.
as Wanjiru does the thing. How are you?
I am fine, my darling. How are you?
I'm very well. Yes.
The week has treated you well. It's Friday. That you can truly say it is Friday and you'd be
Friday.
right.
It's Friday for real. It's the real Friday. Second and real Friday of the week. Wajiro.
Yes.
Good morning.
Yes.
Good to see you.
You remind me of a headmaster. Let me sit up straight when you're talking to me. Why, Eric, do you insist on trying to confuse all of us that it's still March?
Because, okay, should I help you? Oh,
Yes.
okay. Certain things are supposed to happen in March. And if they have not happened in March, then if they have not happened, then it still must be March.
It must be March.
Exactly.
That's
The cost of
our
electricity.
reality is not really the real reality. There's an alternate reality.
Cost of electricity was supposed to come down by a further 15% at the end of March. That has not happened. So March cannot be over.
It can't be.
The expressway is supposed to have been completed by March, end of March.
Yes.
It has not been commissioned.
It is March.
It's still March.
It's still March.
Many things were supposed to have happened. The long rains were supposed to have happened
Yes.
in March, as predicted by the Kenya Met. Has not happened.
It's a
So
long
still
March, courtesy of the Jubilee administration.
Oh, wow.
It is still March. Yeah, I had to take it there.
It is.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you have seen. You've
know-
got the opportunity.
I'm telling you, lay it up for Algeria, she'll knock it out of the
Sindio?
park.
Yes. Well, we have a producer called Ednah. Ednah is a very good producer. She wakes up bright and early and makes sure that the lights in the studio
are on.
bright.
Where? They're on for the next 3 years.
We don't realize it, but we are on a sunny beach.
Yeah. this
We're
is
on a
it.
sunny beach.
Just a few things missing.
Yes. We're on a sunny beach in the middle of March. It's just that we don't realize it. Wake up, smell the
Smell
Rain.
the coffee.
Okay, welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation, everybody. It's a day after Okoh Yatani spent an afternoon in Parliament saying very many things and talking about how he's going to raise revenue to finance the budget. We'll be talking about that at 8 o'clock. We'll be joined by friend of ours, CEO of Institute of Public Finance in Kenya, James Muraguri, who'll be joining us at 8. At 7 o'clock, we'll also have another conversation, and this will be on what exactly we have seen in terms of, is this a citizen's budget? With the rising cost of living, is this really working for us? There's an organization that's called Kenya Budget Talk, all right? A group of people who come together and say, okay, let's always be talking about the budget. Evelyn Madai, who's a co-founder of that, will be joining us at 7 o'clock. At 9, Citizen Conversation. This man is a friend of the show. He's always been calling into the show and saying, you know what, we organize ourselves in the grassroots level. And we'll be having a conversation about the place of grassroots leaders and mobilizers in national politics. Pigbin Odimwengu is a founder of Youth for Youth Revolutionary Declaration. And he tells us he's in Embakasi. So today, he's been saying, Eric, the day you call us to the show. So today, Pigbin has been called. Yeah. He'll be with us at 9.
Nice.
And we'll be talking about all the work that they've been doing. Plus, he's a presidential aspirant. So he'll be with us for that conversation. But let's begin with COVID-19, tracking the numbers.
Let's do it. I told you by the time the weekend is over, the world will probably be at 500 million cases of COVID-19. 496,549,028 is what the tally was literally a few minutes ago. So, yes, there's an increase in some cases. Now we're looking at one of the world's most populous nation with increased cases of COVID adding to this number. We'll look at what's happening in China in a brief, in a short while. But here in Kenya, 9 new cases, sample size of 2,772, low positivity rate of 0.3%. So those numbers still low. So 10th of April is Sunday. We have seen just from the vaccination tally that clearly in the last 3 weeks we have not done 1 million vaccinations. Unfortunately, that means that the Ministry of Health is going to have to chuck quite a number of vaccines because they would have reached their expiry date. Nothing we can do. They were donated. Folks did not come out and get vaccinated. Communication maybe was not clear. Whatever the reasons were as to why people didn't get this done. But unfortunately, they will be chucked. I don't know if there will be as much news and fanfare made about it when they actually are gotten rid of. But look, there's nothing they can do. They cannot be injected into people's arms in that state. We're going to have to get rid of them, right?
When did you last hear people even talking about or asking where the vaccines are available?
I think it was a couple of days ago, and it's only because she needed to leave the country. Mm-hmm. And it was as of, okay, this is a requirement on my list of things that I need to do to travel. But apart from like, let me go out and get it because I've not gotten it or I need to get my booster shot. No, not really. It's now because of necessity, it seems that people are getting it done.
Kenyans moved on. Kenyans moved on, and the government needs to recognize, they need to reiterate. Yes, they need to kind of just do an education campaign and do the justifications. It's not helped by...
It started with the government moving on.
That is true. That is true. Even a communication campaign will be do as I say, not as I do.
Yes.
Tends not to work.
In most things.
It's 15 minutes after 6. We are live streaming the show on SpiceFM KE, YouTube and Facebook, and also on www.spicefm.co.ke. Are you online? Say hello. We'll be doing our roll call shortly.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Brought to you by Colgate.
This nation has never healed genuinely from the 2000-2008 violence. We've never had a healing process. We've swept it under the rug.
Let me tell you, the handshake was the most disastrous political event in the history of country after the coup attempt of 1982.
There's no Kikuyu pothole, Luo lack of water, or Kamba, lack of traffic. There is no Luya lack of drugs in the hospitals. Or Jaluo one. All our issues are the same issues.
If you are in a room and just about everybody in that room has a court case or another, what impression does that give you?
What are you saying? Why haven't you done it in the last 20 years? But they're telling us, like August, some miracle is going to happen. My friend, I want to tell Kenyans you'll be in for a rude shock.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mostly cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 17 degrees. Today we will see highs of 26 and lows of 15. Looking into Nakuru, it's clear at 14, highs of 29 and lows of 13. It is clear in Nyeri at 15, highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 26 as well in Eldoret, where it's currently clear at 14. Mostly clear conditions in Mombasa at 26, highs of 33 and lows of 26 today. Malindi is clear at 29, highs of 34. Down to lows of 29. It's going to be a warm day out in the eastern part of the country. 20 degrees and mostly clear conditions in Kisumu, highs of 30. And Kakamega is clear currently at 15. We'll see highs of 31 today. Out in Kampala, it's raining this morning at 19. We'll see highs of 29. And in Dar es Salaam, raining as well at 25. It'll go to highs of 33 and lows of 25. It's 11 degrees and mostly cloudy in Johannesburg, highs of 19 and lows of 10. While in Lagos, it's mostly clear at 28, highs of 33 and lows of 27. At 24, Kinshasa is clear. We'll see highs of 33. Out in Beijing, a Friday afternoon, it's 17 degrees and sunny, highs of 25 and lows of 11. We're looking at light rain in Paris. Quite windy this morning. At 9 degrees, that'll be today's high, going to lows of 4, and it's 5 degrees in London. 11 degrees will be the high, and lows of 3. And we'll round things out in a rainy New York on Thursday night. Coming into Friday, we'll see highs of 11 and lows of 9.
Spice FM. Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
6.
Good morning, everybody. Eric Latiff, Okoh, Spice, good morning. Did it rain like Okoh had predicted? Ama ilikuwa tu porojo. What is porojo? First of all, let me know if you are abusing me.
Porojo is what it was.
You also are elongating this abuse. Prolonging this abuse.
Porojo is what it was.
Edwin, good morning. It rained. Where were you? It all depends on where you were at 3:17 yesterday afternoon. Good morning.
There were parts of Nairobi that rained yesterday at 3:17.
At 3:17 specifically. How long it lasted is a totally different story. Kabiria Kinuthia is where McDonald Makanga is. Mika Aluda says, good morning. And Edwin says, good morning as well. Karibuni already. Thomas Hamisi is tuned in. Good morning, Alan Madonye. Wilberforce Tirop says, good morning. He's tuned in from Eldoret. He's insisting that it is April and not March. But all right, we'll just go with that. Okay, Morris is welcoming you to Ombei for sumptuous chihuahua for breakfast. Hey, God. Okay, Muga Timothy says, nice to hear your voices, especially Wajiro. Muga is greeting you from Nakuru. Johnston says, good morning. Welcome to Friday from Kericho. Abraham is tuned in as well. Lillian Odenge is tuned in from Ahero. Kimi Lily is where Amos is. And Sky says, good morning. Having a calm morning in Eldoret. This is wonderful. Daniel is in. Maina wa Nyeri is tuned in from Nyeri. Karuri Kamau tuned in from Muranga Mavioya.
Madioya.
Yes.
Okay.
We see you guys, all of you tuned in this morning. Thanks for joining us. Karibuni sana.
Welcome, everybody. So, the proverb. We're still in Malawi. Do you know people in Malawi? Wanjiru? Okay.
Yes, I do.
They'll tell you, don't think back on someone whose name you forgot. He's probably someone else by now.
Wow. Repeat.
Don't think back on someone whose name you forgot. He is probably someone else by now.
These
Right.
Malawians like to go deep, eh? Okay.
And forward. That is like they live in the moment, in the present. Tukiachana, you go ahead, I go my way.
If you forgot me,
Yes.
right?
Right.
The memory that you have of me is clearly the old memory. It's the memory of old me. And if you forgot me, it means that we haven't been interacting. It means that you actually don't know who I am by now. Don't think back on someone whose name you forgot. He's probably someone else by now. It's basically saying, keep your relations close. Keep them going.
Keep them current.
Yeah. Ednah says, except that one stubborn ex.
Whose name you won't forget, though. Whose name you won't forget. So,
whose name you wish you could forget.
Yeah.
But you don't.
That's entrenched on your memory.
Okay, that's a killer one, Ednah. Let's look at the newspaper headlines. Remember www.standardmedia.co.ke for premium content. You want bright kids? Give the mother more money.
Sounds
Researchers establish a link between dollars and brains.
What?
I take it.
Yeah.
Who did this research?
Researchers.
What's that supposed to mean? That if you're not born rich,
you're stupid.
That is total. That sounds like a load of manure.
Hot manure.
Which part of the hot steaming?
Do this one, Jiro. Just go to www.standardmedia.co.ke.
Oh dear.
Sign up.
Yes.
You'll find that story.
I thought it was you're going to say www.manure, but that's okay.
You will find the story. Very many stories about the budget today, and we'll be having conversations around the budget 7, 8, and all. So, what stories are you looking at, Ndu and Wajiro? In the papers?
It said it's a budget for the people. I'm not quite sure who was reading what budget, but all right. It's Ukur Yatani's budget is being touted as one for the people in striking a delicate balance, according to the front page of The Nation. National Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ukur Yatani yesterday sought to ensure sustained economic revival while addressing the high cost of living haunting many families and boosting social welfare spending. But with an 800 billion shilling funding deficit, his 3.3 trillion shilling budget only means more debt paying for the Kenyan taxpayers. This is covered throughout 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10. But it was interesting to see where the winners are. Cash transfer for the elderly and exempt adult diapers from VAT, 17.9 billion shillings. 1.2 billion shillings, persons living with severe disabilities. This one I really had to pay attention to, because just 2 weeks ago, we had this conversation about people living with disabilities for whom a fund had been created, and the ministry plus the department were at loggerheads as to where did this money go? Money that was supposed to go specifically to the elderly and the disabled, having been created in last year's budget, was somehow missing. And here we are saying some more money is going there. And we asked the question yesterday, through the budget process, who does the questioning after the year has been expended? Who does the questioning and finds out, did this money go where it was supposed to go? and it seems to kind of somehow disappears into oblivion.
Can I just a quick reflection on that?
Can I give you the numbers really quickly?
Yep.
Just some more numbers. 7.9 billion shillings, orphans and vulnerable children, falling again into this category. 407 billion shilling going to the counties. Again, another issue. Counties today, as we speak today, are saying they're going to seek legal redress because the money from January, February, March, they have not received. 2.7 billion shillings subsidies to cushion farmers. 21.7 billion shillings IEBC for the forthcoming August 9th general elections. So pharmaceutical companies exempt from VAT, local members of PSVs exempt from VAT, all companies that make donations, hospitals exempt from VAT, medical oxygen, philanthropists deduct donations from taxable income, microfinance institutions excluded from interest restrictions, poultry farmers, eggs for hatching exempt from excise duty, petroleum dealers excluded from 10% excise duty increments, and livestock farmers reduction of export levy on raw hides and skin. The losers are the folks in the luxury areas, gaming and alcohol and gambling, tobacco, border riders and owners also now are losers, quote unquote, because they need to insure their motor vehicles and passengers. And tycoons, they can't dispose of ships, aircraft and motor vehicles used as security for unpaid taxes.
A lot there. I'll pick up on the issue of the social protection funds for the elderly and the rest. Some of the recommendations that have been on the table for a long time is, one, need to harmonize these funds because they're numerous.
Yeah.
So there are very many institutions. The other issue is that our government implements and really doesn't do the end of year evaluation and monitoring. So unless it's donor funds, because donors routinely monitor, we just keep putting money, throwing money at the problem. That is why it's very easy for that money to disappear. A little noise is made, but the hard evidence isn't there because you haven't tracked it. Last point is this financial, in the Budget and Appropriations Committee actually asked the government to evaluate the cash transfer, the COVID cash transfer, because the Auditor General has cited irregularities, about 8 billion missing in the cash transfer, but there is no evaluation. So in Kenya, is it kleptonomics or is it voodoo? Is it magic?
So hot juju.
It's major hot mess.
All of those combined.
We spend money without evaluating. So we don't measure and we keep putting more money in.
Those that should be asking hard questions are just asking questions in passing. That Budget Committee of Parliament, that's not what they should be doing. They should basically be saying, no, we are not having a conversation about the next financial year's budget before you tell us. Because, in fact, we were reminded yesterday by former Senator Bill Okoh, every quarter Parliament receives a report or should receive a report on expenditure. What is it that you've spent the money on in the past quarter?
Yes.
So they shouldn't be getting to a point where they are asking themselves, so where did the cash transfer money go? Was it well spent? Can you start evaluating? That's a conversation that should have happened quarter and quarter.
Or else freeze the funds. Just refuse.
Yeah. Just say we are not approving the next budget until.
Yeah.
But here we are. So I think what happens in the budget speeches is what was happening yesterday. Mr. Speaker, sir, X amount of money shall go into this. Mr. Speaker, sir, in order to continue improving our gains on this sector, I propose that we put X amount of money into this. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have really made good progress on this and the other. I say we put more money here. There's areas of concern. Let's put cash here. It's all just figures. For example, 554 billion shillings going to the Ministry of Education for the 20th year in a row. The Ministry of Education is getting the lion's share of the budget. But we are talking about some cash coming in as a stimulus to build classrooms.
It was 10 billion?
On the 20th year of the highest allocation in budget going into education, we are talking about education getting a stimulus. Like you asked, what kind of juju is this?
Yeah, look at it here. What are they talking about? To ensure sustained economic revival. Remember, last year, same time as this, it was supposed to be an economic stimulating budget. What happened over the last 12 months? And these are the things. Even if you're just saying it because somebody wrote it and then you said you're coming to read it for us on a lovely Thursday afternoon, are you intimate with this information? Do you actually know what is happening? The numbers that you are putting out, are they reflecting the situation in the country at the moment? Are you going to come back and tell people what happened? You told us that last year's budget was supposed to be stimulating the economy. What happened? What happened?
You're missing the point.
It
is the art of the sweet narrative. Once you have spoken it, then it is.
Your expectation is that people are going to swallow it and go along with whatever it is that you have said.
You are buying time. In essence, a government exists to tax and to spend. And as long as they're able to tax and continue spending, and, whether Ndu is a little bit unhappy or civil society, or somebody is trying to protest.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter because the expenditure continues. So that is exactly the point. The stimulus, the Parliamentary Budget Office actually said this stimulus was simply a recrafting of already ongoing government projects. This was in 2020. So it is the art of the sweet narrative. It is not founded in reality.
Okay.
It's 29 to 7. Let's take a quick one. Take a look at the traffic, and then we will be looking at more these super headlines shortly. Good morning.
No, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in Makueni?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, these resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana Eric, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Silvanus Maritim, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Silvanus Maritim, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma nampambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
A little bit of traffic building up onto North Airport Road today. It's eventually going to spill over to Outer Ring, but nothing too crazy right now. Mombasa Road is looking pretty good. As you're coming off from the Weybridge out towards the SGR, you should be all right. Langata Road is also building up, but going towards Uhuru Highway or then out towards Raila Odinga Way, that is free and clear, not too much of an issue. Jogo Road also, we're seeing a little bit of action here and there. And now is when we're seeing the build-up right around the Pangani underpass. Coming off of Kiambu Road is going to take us into the city without too much of a problem right now, so we're going to keep an eye on things. And for a Friday, the Thika Superhighway is actually doing very well. Let's see how long we can keep this up. Folks are behaving really well. Let's see what happens in a short while. And then let's talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice FM, Malindi. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
When you're looking at a budget and you're in a state of kleptonomics, you have to read between the lines. So, one line that I'm reading between and a question I'm asking, Treasury has allocated 18.5 billion for the development of SGR, which currently runs from Mombasa to Nairobi. And so this will rehabilitate, several several lines so that the SGR can continue to expand. The original SGR, Nairobi to Mombasa, was 360 billion.
Okay.
Hashtag kleptonomics. So what I'm saying is the difference between the original line and what it's costing now is the question. The World Bank, civil society had come out and said there is a cheaper option, which is rehabilitate the line. But government had to go and make a big borrowing, put us in debt. And yes.
Those World Bank people, by the way, I don't listen to them all the time.
Well, that on sometimes even
rehabilitate the line.
Yes.
Okay. What impact would you have had?
Impact on who?
See, on our rail.
But they are rehabilitating it now.
They're rehabilitating
the
the other lines.
line.
You see? Connecting the others.
Yes.
Because SGR is not winning.
So explain. Why did we have to build a new one up to Nairobi, and then from there we begin to rehabilitate?
The plan was to build a new one up to Kisumu.
Exactly.
Sindio?
Exactly.
Now we got into COVID and things happened.
Things happen. So now we must rehabilitate.
In the meantime, as a stopgap measure, we have gone all the way up to Naivasha. Now, how do we connect? Because we still want to transport goods to.
We still want to go to Uganda.
Yeah, so it's going to.
So we connect. We build one that connects into the old Nakuru line, and we rehabilitate the rest.
Right.
Which is what has happened.
Right.
Remember, there was a maiden trip that was allegedly it's told. No evidence. Maiden trip from Nairobi to Kisumu.
Anything else thereafter?
Yes.
So rehabilitation of the old line. You see, that's what it is.
You know what, Jerry is saying that rehabilitation is what should have taken place in the first.
Instead
of spending this 300 and something billion.
Vision 2030 proposed to rehabilitate.
But they said they needed a swanky new one.
Remember, budgeted corruption is the art of putting in projects into the budget for the sole purpose of stealing money.
There was
now,
a program
the point
even
is,
under Kibaki
the cost,
to build a new railway. Now, the cost of the railway is an issue, but building a new railway is what I'm saying.
But the point I'm making, the point I'm making is that the cost moved from the original estimate and increased by 4 times.
That's it.
By 4 times.
That one, we are together.
But even the rehabilitation was part of the evaluation, because you do an evaluation. This is the cost. This is the amount of cargo that you have. Because the argument was the cost of doing this standard gauge as opposed to rehabilitation. Kenya doesn't have the volume of goods to carry. It doesn't make sense. And so, it would have been more worthwhile spending 50 or 75B to rehabilitate the entire line, which we are now going to do anyway, than putting us in a hole of debt that is causing crisis through high exchange rate, high cost of living, high taxation. You see, these are the effects of budgeted corruption. But the story I wanted to give.
Oh, okay.
That was just reading between the lines.
It was your interjector. That's reading between the lines. It was your interjector. I wanted to just make a small comment. Police arrest a protester outside the office of the president on Harambee Avenue. This protester, protester with a handmade, picket, was protesting the high cost of living. My reflection, Article 37 gives every Kenyan the right to protest, picket, as long as they are peaceful. So where is this right? And the high cost of living is a real issue. And where else do you protest other than the office of the president? Just a reflection.
So this guy who was arrested, he was the only one who was arrested among many other people who were around there and protesting.
Well, I thought he was the only one. They're only showing here, they say.
That there's one.
A protester. He was a sole protester.
He was a sole protester.
He has left his house, you can imagine, because probably he didn't have food to eat. Hasn't had food to eat. Probably doesn't have a job. And he's seeing somebody has to take responsibility. Take the battle to where it needs to go. That is to OP.
Yes.
Yes. Because on Harambee Avenue, OP and Treasury.
So he missed the pin. The pin took him to the treasury.
Yes.
Instead of the OP.
Okay.
So those who arrested him,
they are close to
were
each
just
other.
taking him just to OP. Unataka kuprotest OP? Kujeni hapa. Toka hapo kwa treasury.
Yes.
Kubwa anaenda bunge kusoma budget.
Why?
Did you see the security that was given to this man when he left the National Treasury at the end of, not the end, it's somewhere on Harambee Avenue, just up less than a kilometer to Parliament?
In fact, now that I'm reading this, we missed an opportunity. We should have been on the
been there.
streets. I'm like, man, we didn't think about it.
You should have been there.
We need to build a culture of protest so that in future, all budgets the CS knows, there'll be citizens along the way. How else do you express yourself directly?
Indeed.
Yes.
It's a big one, eh?
It is.
This is a big way of making sure that your voice is heard.
Somebody's bound to sit up and take notice, that's for sure.
Okay.
So kudos to this man and shame on those officers who arrested him.
We hope he was actually released.
I'm sure
This
he
is
was.
Just,
I'm sure
for
he
sure,
was,
just and then let him go home. Where boss, enda tu nyumbani bwana, acha mambo yako.
Better be.
So KQ
Sikuwa nimemaliza.
Haujamaliza?
Sijamaliza last one.
Eh.
For I think the third or fourth year running, the minister orders agencies to clear all pending bills by June.
No, please don't. Please don't read that story.
I direct government ministries, departments, agencies, and the county governments to clear all their pending bills by 30th June 2022. This has been the story for the last 4 years.
Excuse me, please. What are they supposed to use to clear these pending bills?
Exactly.
What do they use? Is that money?
It's money.
Where is it?
See, that CS is the one who's in charge of
beg,
money.
beg,
He's
beg,
saying
beg, beg,
there is money.
Where is it?
We are giving
Governors,
you the money.
Council of Governors, represented by Mr. Ongwai the other day, said what? Look, if you people don't give us, you've been telling us to clear pending bills.
Yes.
You've not given us money. Some of us are missing money from January,
Yes.
others February, others January, February, March.
Yes.
People are knocking on our doors every day telling us to pay them for the contracts that they have delivered.
You people.
Staff of county, we've not been able to pay them. Then you want to open your mouth on budget day and tell us to clear pending bills by June. Where is the money?
The art of the sweet
You
narrative.
should come and go and sit down, I beg.
You
come, Eric. Which story did you want to read?
You,
I'm sorry,
you cannot
Wanjiro.
run a kleptocracy unless you have the
Very
sweet
annoying.
narrative.
It's very annoying to hear things
These
like
people should be paid by June. Okay?
Another long month.
By June.
June haitaisha.
Sawa. Sawa.
that. The president.
See, the president said they should be paid by June.
The president
It has not happened.
last
That's
year.
why the Ukuri attorney is saying they should be paid by
The
June.
president
But you're
last
missing the
year.
point. You're
Last
missing the
year.
point.
You
We're
are-
in March.
But
You
I'm
are
starting to
missing the
agree with
point.
you.
No, we are in March.
Actually,
June
I'm starting
is
to agree.
far
I'm starting
far
to
away.
agree with
Yes.
Wanjiro. Because last year, what is that day? October, there's a day when people speak to each
Mashujaa.
other. Thank you. He said the same thing and said pending bills.
Pay by June. So how do you expect Ukuri attorney
The
to say
same
pay by
pending bills
January?
we're talking about.
If,
Yes.
if the president said pay by June, you
said
expect
June.
Ukuri attorney to come and say pay by December? No.
He said June.
He has to echo what the president said. Pay by June.
Please.
Did he say June 2020?
Excuse me. I did not come
He
to this.
just said June.
He
Excuse
said
me.
June.
Excuse me.
Plus, we are
Excuse
in
me.
March. What's your problem?
Please. I did not come to this life to suffer. I don't need pressure. It's 6 still before 7. Which story did you want to read, please?
Kenya Airways.
Thank
The National Treasury Cabinet Secretary Ukuri Atani has spelled out the delicate restructuring of Kenya Airways as the government pushes to return it to sustainability. KQ will be required to trim its 32 network, rationalize frequencies of flights, operate a smaller fleet, rationalize its staff complement, and he says, I'll be proposing a budget allocation to meet the restructuring costs. KQ operates a fleet of 41, according to SkyTeam.com, majorly American-built Boeings, which include the 787 Dreamliner that's now connecting Nairobi to New York, and Embraer, manufactured in Brazil. KQ has 56 destinations, 46 in Africa. The cuts mean something, that there'll also be job cuts. Okay? And this is not anything new that the CEO was saying yesterday. Even KQ management has said it before. We've got to go back, build back, be lean, and then we still have to find a way of coming back to that wheel and spoke.
The thing is, we're under a fiscal consolidation program.
Yes.
One of the big items was the need to look at loss-making state-owned enterprises, of which KQ is on the top. The options put on the table are privatize this thing. What does that mean? Government owns an asset. It owns KQ and all of KQ's assets. Okay, planes are leased. That's a different set of drama there. If the government sells KQ to a responsible, capable management entity, the government makes money that goes into the government coffers. That airline comes, retains staff, injects money, foreign direct investment. We are talking win-win scenario by privatizing. So what logic is there to spend like 100 B?
1997, privatization of KQ. It happened. 97.
Under the Moi administration.
So the KQ is just that the government has a stake in KQ.
Exactly.
And strategic interest of the country make the government still end up holding that, seeing how do I support this baby? I have a stake in it. How do I support the baby?
There used to be, in fact, I was Googling to see which other countries have privatized their airlines, because you're looking at the reality of delivering services to a population of 50 plus million people. And when you say that you have a strategic interest in an airline, what strategic interest is this? That trumps cost of living, food on the table, healthcare.
It doesn't trump, Wanjiru. And
It's an opportunity cost.
I think, yes. But at the same time, it's also another opportunity cost if you don't have a national airline.
Right. Look, that argument was also made around our mobile providers. What happened with the sale of Safaricom?
We have a stake, 30%.
Yes, but the fact that funds were injected, because initially the government owned it wholly, and that meant it was making losses. It wasn't actually growing at all. By bringing in private interests, look at what happened. So why doesn't government even reduce a stake? Get in a private provider to run the thing.
It doesn't do it less yours.
Do it in a transparent way. As long as you control the policy framework, you control all the rules under which this airline is going to work.
Does it make it less a national airline if you then have this
for you to be able to offload that stake, you need to
give off ownership to somebody else.
No, you also need to make this baby attractive. That's where we are at. We are at a point where you need to make the baby attractive because it's listed, so that the shares can keep growing, so that you can then come and say, okay, so that I can get appropriation in aid by offloading this percentage of shareholding into KQ. It's got to sell.
You got to spend money to make money.
Yeah.
Right. Despite the fact that fuel prices have gone through the roof, there's a war in Ukraine, cost of living, COVID. Really?
Yeah, and people are still traveling. So it's important to make sure that people are traveling on your airline.
And what about the
and
mismanagement?
You're connecting Africa. You remember what the president, when he was in South Africa and they signed a deal and said, look, how can we work with South African and Kenya Airways, making them work together as one? Then we would actually be able to be the airlines that are transporting people into and out of Africa and across Africa. It's huge business.
I think you have
And if Kenya Airways makes money, the government makes money in terms of dividends and taxation and everything.
The private investors in Kenya Airways also make money.
Which is a good thing.
Which is why there needs to be a public discussion around around the opportunity cost. Should we be putting more public money into private hands? My position on that is no. Public money into public needs.
Okay. What are you looking at?
The cost of living is still an issue, and we're still coming out of this budget. It's a big one. But Okoh says he's going to do an Olivia Pope, and he says we'll handle it. The cost of living situation as it unfolds. Okay? He said most of the relief measures taken to lower burden are industry-based rather than at an individual level. In the last 2 years, the Treasury sacrificed tax revenue to cushion Kenyans amid COVID onslaught. Unlike the two previous budgets where Treasury introduced extensive relief measures to cushion Kenyans against increasing cost of living, this budget somehow steered away from this. Even as Treasury CS Okoh noted that the high cost of living living was amongst the 4 issues raised by Kenyans during consultations. There was public participation, a majority of the measures in the new budget is industry-based, which, if well-funded and implemented, remember those two, will still have the same net effect of softening prices or of commodities. Other than high cost of living, the other issues raised were higher unemployment among the youth, income inequality, and public debt burden. In the budget last year, Yatani announced specific measures to increase liquidity amongst Kenyans, while including lowering tax rates for corporates and personal incomes, turnover tax, value-added tax, and relief to low-income earners. The measures, which had earlier been announced by President Uhuru Kenyatta, saw pay-as-you-earn and corporate tax reduced to 25% from 30%, value-added tax reduced to 14% from 16%, turnover tax was reduced to 1% from 3%. Those earning below or 24,000 were given a tax relief. Now, when he presented the next budget, he said the relief measures cost the government 172 billion. The measures were critical as 2020 and 2021 were seen as COVID years. Now, in this financial budget, the government will handle situations as they come. The government will monitor all the domestic and external risks and take appropriate policy actions to cushion the economy and Kenyans in the event that the risks materialize. Something pops up, they'll be able to snuff it out. Don't even worry about it. I'm here. The CS said most of the concerns raised by Kenyans were associated with the negative effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Still a thing.
Yeah.
We'll handle it. Okay? This year's budget is on the theme accelerating, this is the language, accelerating economic recovery for improved livelihood. Yatani said by building on the progress realized in the measures implemented earlier, the budget is geared towards returning the economy to a more sustainable growth path for improved livelihoods. The government will implement policies and undertake reforms geared towards improving the welfare of Kenyans. This includes, big words, aligning and accelerating implementation of the what? Big Four agenda and the 3rd economic stimulus program for sustainable growth. So it's okay. Everything is going to be all right.
Big things.
The art of the sweet narrative.
Big things. The economy has already started growing. Last year, according to the CS, we grew at 7%.
7%.
Yeah. Out of a retraction of, was it 0 point something percent the previous year. So that's a good thing. That's why we're saying accelerating. Okay. Not starting, jump starting.
Moving.
No.
Increasing speed.
Increase the speed. And that is also going to be helped by SMEs getting financial boosts. Small businesses emerged as one of the big beneficiaries of this year's budget as the government strives to ease access to finance. One of the measures that will be implemented is the increased allocation to a credit guarantee scheme for small businesses from the current 4 billion shillings to 10 billion shillings in the medium term. He said since the launch of the credit guarantee scheme in December 2020, loans extended to micro, small and medium enterprises had surpassed 2.2 billion shillings by December 2021. This has expanded access to affordable credit to MSMEs in 45 counties across different sectors of the economy. He said the government will seek the support of development partners to increase the scheme's capital over the medium term. Did you know that? 2.2 billion in the credit guarantee scheme.
There are conflicting stories on this because, one, it's good. We need the money there. But as of February, there was a big debate in Parliament about scrapping this. Why were they saying scrap it? Because the uptake of the loans was 2.5%. It was less than $1 billion. And the question
There are two things, though. There's Ustawi and the credit guarantee scheme.
It was the credit guarantee scheme. Yes.
The 2.2 billion had been taken up by December 2021.
No, the point I'm making is there are conflicting reports on this. Because one of the things that we were looking at was we actually, and I can go back to my messages, we were, trying to convince parliamentarians not to scrap it. Because they were saying, instead of asking why small enterprises have not taken it up, they were saying, let's scrap it. And in our thinking, we're saying maybe there are more pressing needs. Like, we need to protect our national carrier. Let's put the money there. So this is a conflict. This is not the narrative that has been running through. It could be more of what I've said, the sweet narrative, but this is a win. We want the 10 billion. That's a plus. We want any support to small enterprises, that is great. The issue of postponing the immediate effects of the high cost of living, postponing that to the future, that doesn't make sense. Saying that they're going to deal with issues on a case-by-case basis, you're like, really? You can't even monitor your own budget. How are you going to monitor the day-to-day livelihood issues of 50-plus million Kenyans? So...
My issue with the credit guarantee scheme and the STAWI program as well is information. Are we sure that MSMEs are aware of a credit guarantee scheme? Are we really sure? Because we are talking about 42 counties. Yes, the governor of Laikipia comes and talks to us about a credit guarantee scheme that is rolled out in the county. I don't know whether he's tapping into this national one or not, where the Laikipia county government is giving that guarantee, working with the commercial banks. So MSMEs are actually just supposed to pay at a 7% interest instead of 14% interest. So the government of Laikipia is cushioning them on that. So that's the concept here. But do we hear other counties talking about, okay, so SMEs in this county, you want to apply for this credit guarantee scheme, this is how you go about it? I don't hear those stories. I don't hear case studies of any SME saying that, we actually access this or we are aware.
Yeah, the Budget and Appropriations Committee on this issue in their February report asked the question, they actually said retain, support, but asked the question why the uptake is so low. This was the February report. This is black and white, so I don't know where these wonderful figures have come from. That give another story. But what they said is maybe the operating context of MSMEs is too hostile for them to access this. So like you're saying, Eric, there's a need to get more information.
I think so.
Yeah, but it's great that it's been retained. But the next point is to make sure
everybody knows, so that it's not only those SMEs that are connected to influential people that end up benefiting.
And I agree with that, because it doesn't matter who you speak to. When you talk about challenges of MSMEs, the one thing is access to credit. The one thing that everybody across board will say is an issue is access to credit. And if we're talking about counties now who are able to do exact, as you've said, we've only heard from one really that is doing this. So then if you have this one problem that everybody seems to relate with, shouldn't it then be a widespread, transparent way of dealing with it?
Right, but the question Parliament was asking, which I agree with and that we found in our work, is that it's not just about access to credit. There are many realities that MSMEs deal with, from registration, from
licensing.
Of course, there are many.
Licensing.
There are many, but across board, the one that runs a similar thread is the access
point
to
is
credit.
The impact of these make it then difficult for them to access.
Yeah.
Because even if you access at whatever percent, you need to repay. And if you are not sure about maybe government land procedures or taxation, so the question is, what are the factors that have prevented MSMEs from accessing this? There are bottlenecks, evidently, because you're right, it's one thing that comes up, but there are other intervening factors.
Not only be awareness. So it could be awareness, but also
enabling environment.
An enabling environment. The commercial banks may be saying, yeah, we can give you this, but then we also need something. The government has done the credit guarantee, but we also need to know that you can pay. Where are you operating from?
One of our anecdotal findings, because we had a conversation with informal trade associations, is the need to localize the process. In that all these MSMEs borrow from each other or are in chamas, and that tends to work because they know one another and there's a lot of trust. So I'm a big advocate, as you know, for community-based approaches. And I think this credit guarantee needs to link more effectively.
Yes, at that local level.
Yeah.
That local level.
Then it will move.
True. Keep it here for more conversations. Plus, we'll tell you how you can help more counties get wells in schools for people can access water. This is with Colgate. So Colgate is working with Well Boring, a UK NGO, to support the drilling of wells across the country. And if you just go to Naivas, buy a tub of Colgate will tell you how you have helped communities get water. Good morning, it's 7 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. The Kenyan economy has seen a remarkable growth of 155% from 5.3 trillion shillings in 2013 to 13.5 trillion shillings currently. CS Okoh said looking back since 2013 when the current government took reign of power, Kenya has achieved monumental milestones, especially at the macroeconomic level. He said President Uhuru Kenyatta's tenure has seen implementation of socio-economic policies and structural reforms. Kenya has graduated from a low-income to a lower-middle-income country with an estimated per capita income of 244,099 shillings in 2021. This says is a significant leap of 92.1% from the level of 127,065 shillings in 2013. It says the economy has grown by 155% from the value of 5.3 trillion shillings to 13.5 trillion shillings in 2022. A strong economic growth averaging 4.6% has been realized over the period, including impressive recovery of 7.6% in 2021 from a contraction of 0.3% in 2020 occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the government has allocated education, infrastructure, security and Big Four agenda the biggest share of the 2022-2023 budget as it presented the budget to Kenyans yesterday. Treasury Cabinet Secretary Okoh, in his budget statement for the next financial year, outlined sectors it will invest the most money as the government seeks to boost the economy after a devastating 2 years of COVID-19 shocks. Education received the lion's share with 513.8 billion shillings allocated to it. Infrastructural development was allocated 368.5 billion shillings, while national security received 317.9 billion shillings, and President Kenyatta's Big Four agenda received 146.9 billion shillings. The county governments will receive a whopping 370 billion shillings as an equitable share in the financial year 2022-2023. Treasury Cabinet Secretary Okoh said this represents a 27.3% increase from the most recent audited revenue. Yatani said counties will also receive 37.1 billion shillings as conditional allocation, with total allocation being 407 billion shillings. He directed all county governments and government institutions to clear their pending bills by the end of the financial year 2021-2022. Further, county governments have been allocated 7.1 billion shillings under the Equalization Fund in 2022-2023, which targets 14 marginalized counties. And all motorcycles and tricycle owners will now be required to take insurance covers for their passengers under new government directives. This is according to a new proposal by Treasury Cabinet Secretary Okoh, saying that the move will aid in addressing the rise in accidents caused by riders in the sector. Yatani argues that the sector has grown exponentially over the years and is well capable of sustaining the needs and welfare of passengers in cases where accidents lead to loss of lives, injuries and other damages. Meanwhile, Garissa Township Member of Parliament Ednah now claims that 2022-2023 budget is illegitimate and unlawful. In a statement, Duale claimed the Treasury Cabinet Secretary Okoh partook in appropriating funds for expenditure by the national government and other state organs, despite the fact that the National Assembly has the sole constitutional power to do so. Duale went on to say that the executive has on more than one occasion allegedly attempted to usurp the National Assembly's role in the budget-making process. According to Duale, the yearly reading of the budget statement, which is usually done by the head of Treasury, is an avenue the executive is allegedly implementing to undermine Parliament's budget-making powers. And chiefs are betting the exchange of gifts and marriage offers to overlook teenage pregnancies in the country risk sacking and arrest. This is according to Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i. The CS says that despite prevalent traditional justice systems in the jurisdictions, the government is set to constitutionally deal with the issue, which is unlawful under the policy of zero tolerance on sexual liaison with minors, including the prevention of HIV/AIDS infections, teenage pregnancies, and gender-based violence. He said that recent research pointed to the three social evils and their causes being some of the practices in the communities. He added that the National Government Administrative Officers, previously known as the Provincial Administration, was now tasked with collecting and transmitting data and leading civic awareness on these three challenges. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
And just like that, the stuff that makes magic, Uhuru Highway is now packed. We're getting into the CBD and then out towards Westlands. That has built up. We're looking at in and outbound traffic. Into the CBD is where all roads lead. And the Thika Superhighway, where there was no traffic just half an hour ago, blink of an eye, and there it is, just past the Utali Drift. Out then towards the underpass. Muthaiga Square is taking off a lot of heat this morning, also coming off of Kiambu Road. So that is likely to build up a little bit more as we get into the weekend. Limuru Road, not looking too bad right now. We have some inbound traffic to the city. Keep an eye on that. It's called what? Jogo Road. Yes, Jogo Road. Some of that then going towards Landis and then out towards the Kamkunji roundabout. Langata Road still looking pretty good. The Southern Bypass looking very good. There's an option. Eastern Bypass didn't get the memo because there's some traffic there then heading out towards Kangunda Road. We'll keep an eye on things and see what it looks like. Tell us what's happening in your neck of the woods. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room.
It's 7 minutes after 7 on the 8th day of you know what month it is. March 2022. Kenya's biggest conversation enters the second hour. We're here until 10 and it's a happy Friday. It's a day after Ukur Yatani spent an afternoon in Parliament. Did they serve him tea, by the way?
They must have. I mean, budget reading started at 3 o'clock.
They should have.
We had people closing the roads before.
He was late by an hour. Must have come in hungry.
I'm sorry, sir. You know you have to qualify this March thing every time it comes out of your mouth.
Yeah?
It being March, you have to qualify it. Every time it comes out of your mouth, you must qualify it.
Okay,
because you're throwing people for a loop.
Okay. If we say it's April, it'll only be 2 months until all
pending
bills are paid. And you see now that is cutting it too close. So we've got to say it's March. Okay. So we give the National Treasury at least 3 months and the state agencies to organize
to not have
themselves.
egg on their face. Yes. All right.
Again.
President Uhuru Kenyatta spoke to us on Jamhuri Day last year. And he talked about a promise that he had made earlier,
previously,
which was that by December, power bills in the country would have come down by 33%. So mid-December, he comes and says, we are on course. We are on course. So by end of December, it's going to come down by 15% and then a further 15% by the end of March. Now, we know it didn't happen by end of December. It happened somewhere in the second week of January. 15% was lowered. Now, we are not yet at the end of March. So 15%, that's why the further 15% hasn't been implemented. The president also in December said he's going to drive on the expressway, not just the expressway, but all the entire construction works from Machakos Junction to Mahio Junction. The G-Wagon is going to be on the road, and he will launch these road projects. Because we haven't seen Uhuru on the road.
It cannot be April.
Yes.
It must still be March.
It's still March.
Yeah.
Sawa. Tuko pamoja?
Tuko pamoja.
Let's go to Malawi.
Voila.
The proverb today is from Malawi. Don't think back on someone whose name you forgot. He is probably someone else by now. Don't think back on someone whose name you probably forgot. No.
Sorry.
Don't probably by now. Okay, hold on. Let me take a sip. Are you ready?
Ready.
Shall I speak like the president of Malawi?
On the edge of our seats.
Okay. Like the president of Malawi would say, don't think back on someone whose name you forgot. He is probably someone else by now.
Well done.
And I was going to chime in to say we have excluded stubborn exes from this category.
Don't think back on your stubborn ex.
Yes.
Move on. That's the point.
They may remain the same. However, you move on.
You don't think back. Okay. Conversation today obviously is on the budget through and through, and it's the Mwananchi angle to the budget. And we're joined by somebody who is from an organization or a group or a campaign. She'll tell us what this is. KE Budget Talk. Eve Madai is a co-founder. Good morning, Eve.
Good morning.
Good to have you on the Situation Room.
Thanks for having me.
That's the hot seat. But because you're Mwananchi and today we are all Mwananchi, let's just call that the black seat today with a tinge of red. So tell us about KE Budget Talk. What's that?
All right. My name is Eve Madai, and I work for a community-based organization known as Slums Information Development and Resource Centers. And under that organization, I'm leading two governance initiatives, that is Follow the Money Kenya and KE Budget Talk. So KE Budget Talk is an online advocacy platform and also a budget literacy and advocacy platform whereby we interact with the general public to break down the budget making process and to encourage them and mobilize them to take part in public participation processes and to do it in a meaningful manner, because the idea behind it is I attended one of these public participation forums within Embakasi sub-county, and I realized that nobody had actually seen the document. So what were they coming to discuss? And it was the annual development plan. So the whole idea is to give recommendations on the draft document so that their inputs can be taken and it ends up in the final document. So I felt like it was not being done in a meaningful way. So the best way to do it is to mobilize communities, especially grassroots communities who are the biggest beneficiaries of public services. Mobilize them like a week in advance. We go through the document, come up with a memo, and then go to the public participation forum with the memo. So we are just handing it to them, and then it's easy to track the level of uptake of the input in the final documents. So basically, that's what we do.
Well done. So when you say you mobilize, how do you mobilize? Because KE Budget Talk, you said, is a digital one, it's an online platform. So do you do physical meetings or do you do online conversations?
Yes, we do both physical meetings, and we also work with a community of media journalists. So these are journalists who are mostly reachable in informal settlements of Nairobi. So we've been mentoring them for the past year for them to understand the budget process and to communicate budget happenings in a timely manner to the community. So we do it through community radio and through town hall forums.
Why are you interested? Why would an organization be interested in what many would say this amorphous thing of the budget and the process? And then why interested, even more than that, interested in taking it and what it means to the community? Why?
Okay, for a very long time, we all know that non-governmental organizations depend heavily on support from international partners. So there are times that our organization, for instance, would go for long periods of time without funding. So what happens to the interventions that we've initiated in the community? What happens to them? because members of the community keep on coming to our center and asking us, what happened to that initiative on the right to food? What happened to the initiative on health advocacy? So we decided to look a bit further in what the government is doing, because they have an obligation to actually provide these public services to the public. So that's how we got into having a governance department in our organization.
Right. And sounds great. 2 questions. Yes. Are you monitoring only county, or are you also doing the national government? And then what has the reception of the community been? Because there's this widespread perception that Kenyans are apathetic. Mm-hmm. Is this what you find?
All right. So within our organization, we're doing it on a county level, but in collaboration with other budget facilitators around the country, which have been convened by the International Budget Partnership and Uraia. They've taken us through very rigorous training on the budget making process, and they do it in a consistent manner. So in collaboration with other facilitators in the country, we've been doing advocacy, budget advocacy, periodically as the budget process moves forward. So on a national level, we collaborate with other budget facilitators. On a county level, we do it within our project. Then the reception from the community has been very good. It was, in the beginning, it was a bit difficult because there's limited capacity on reading and understanding budget documents from the community. But with time, as we've taken them step by step, they are more, they can make relation towards them paying taxes and how it translates to public service delivery. And there was one particular instance that happened when I was taking part in a certain rally in town. I stopped to buy some airtime. So the lady in town asked me, why are you demonstrating? So I told her, because public resources are being stolen. Then she said, but I've checked my bank account and my money is still intact. So you see, that's most Kenyans think like that. They can't make the relation between paying taxes and service delivery. So there's need for CSOs, for the government as well, to build the capacity for Kenyans on the budget making process.
What has the response of the government been? Mm-hmm. The county government?
Mm-hmm. I'm also a coordinator for Nairobi Central and Eastern Regional Budget Hub, and I've been working very closely with the county of Nairobi. And so far, I have seen a lot of response. It took some time because I needed to know the right people to address. That's always the bone of contention. Who is the person who is handling the ADP? Which department is handling the CIDP? Once we got to know those people, we started working closely with them, and they've been very receptive. So every time they have these forums, they actually invite us, and if there are opportunities to also build the capacity of citizens, they're also very progressive on it.
What has the uptake been?
The uptake of
the issues that are generated?
I can talk about the previous ADP, which I was heavily involved in, specifically for Embakasi South, because ADP? Annual Development Plan. Mm-hmm. I'm heavily involved in Embakasi South constituency. So I took it upon myself to draft the memo and send it to the Director of Planning and Nairobi County. And what actually happened is he actually copy-pasted exactly what was written in the recommendation into the final document. So if that can happen in one constituency, imagine if there were proactive people in all the other 16 constituencies. We'd begin to see community priorities being taken up in these final documents. So there still needs to, we still need to mobilize more budget champions across the county and also across the country to take up this advocacy.
You know, whenever we talk about budget, and like you've said, we talk about budget and we see, so money has been allocated, money is going to be spent, no connection between that and what I should expect to see on the ground. And also, no connection between that and whether there's a policy or a plan that is guiding this particular budget. Now, and this is where you come in with your community engagement and grassroots mobilization of people. Starting with the drafting and development of the county integrated development plans, and then the annual development plans, like you've said, and then the budgeting process. Is that too much to ask people to do?
It is a very complex process. And for instance, being an election year, the budget making process has actually been rushed. Things that are supposed to be happening in this year actually happened last year, like the budget policy statement. So it becomes difficult for the public to keep up. And, you cannot analyze the CIDP without looking at all the 5 ADPs. Yeah. So, and other documents. It has been very difficult to make the connection between the documents, but through continuous capacity building, I see them taking it up and being more proactive and asking us, isn't the budget policy statement upcoming? They'll ask such questions, and they actually seek audience for us to come and take them through the process again, and to enable them to be able to participate in a meaningful manner.
What's the end goal of all of this? This advocacy, this education, this insistence that, there is an eye on all of these processes that take place. What is the end goal? What we hope to see happens as a result of all of this?
Okay. CSOs have done a very great job when it comes to holding the government accountable. But just imagine if every single Kenyan was doing the same. The end goal is social accountability. We want everybody to take ownership of holding the government accountable, because they are the ones who are actually receiving the services. If COVID-19 is anything to go by, an additional 2 million people became poor in a span of 1 year. So, even those who are not living below the poverty line found themselves in that particular place.
Yeah.
So anybody can end up there. So why not be proactive and compel the government to use the resources wisely? At the end of the day, it's our taxes which are going towards this public service delivery.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's this widespread notion that Kenyans don't participate unless they are facilitated. Are you finding that spirit of that interest coming from the communities, or are you forced to keep looking for resources to facilitate?
We are actually forced to keep on looking for resources. That is one of the things that we've been trying to mitigate. It's very difficult, especially when working in urban informal settlements. This is people taking time out of their daily routine to come and participate. So they feel compelled to ask for this facilitation. But what we've decided to do is work with passionate Kenyans. I, for instance, didn't start from a point of employment with this advocacy. It was just an individual initiative. So we work with budget champions who are actually passionate. And, of course, we still have to drum for resources because there's a lot of administrative costs. We have to print training materials and things like those. So it's also important for the government to take it upon themselves, to use their government-led spaces to also build the capacity of citizens.
Yeah. When you talk about holding government accountable, I find that, just that without an understanding of the process, then it is difficult to hold somebody accountable, because then on what are you going to peg it, right? So this story, brilliant story that you've given of this lady who says, well, look, there's money in my account, so what are we talking about here? So do you find that then it's easier to then draw parallels or see connections between, if this is not working, for example, in your constituency, and there was money that was allocated for it, and we don't see these projects being completed, do you see that now sharing experiences like that with communities helps them to understand what is going on a grander scale?
Definitely. Because, like I said earlier, these budget terminologies can be very complex. And as much as some organizations have tried to actually translate the Constitution, for instance, into Kiswahili and other vernacular languages, the regular budget documents that come out on an annual basis are still in English. Some people are still locked out and they are not able to understand what is going on in these documents. So when you make relation to how it affects their daily lives, petroleum products have gone up, meaning it's going to affect food prices. I think that's something that has really come out in the last few days. So when you start making such relations is when the citizens start to come out and join the whole advocacy on holding the government accountable. Yeah.
Right. Have you seen uptake between the annual development plan, which is the first stage in the county planning and budgeting process, in the county budgeting process, because the ADP picks the priorities from the CIDP and customizes and said, okay, so in 5 years we want to do this. This year we want to do that. So those are policy statements. You then have the next round of documents until where the money is committed. So if you say, we are going to create youth employment in blah, 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 did they actually put the money? Are you seeing the money following the political policy promises?
Okay. So the ADP actually serves to update the CIDP because there are certain things that happen within the society that were not expected. For instance, COVID-19. So we had to, that ADP for that particular financial year had to reflect
the
reality of the situation at that particular point. So it's important to be able to, first of all, make traces and track if these projects and programs are actually being actualized. And the gap or the place where that is amiss is when it comes to budgetary allocation and implementation. You'll find that different departments are having very low absorption rates. So that is one of the reasons why the plans are not reflecting into services. Because first of all, the first problem is lack of or low limited allocations. Then it comes that the money is in the county revenue fund, but it's not being utilized because it was disbursed late from the national government to the county government. So those are systemic issues which are like curbing the government from offering services to the public.
So my question was, are they allocating? Because the other trick that government sometimes plays is they'll give you the policy statements, but when it comes to allocating, they then put their own priorities. So are the allocations there?
To some extent, they are there. There's one particular instance that I came across for a community health center in Embakasi South, whereby they had budgeted for an incinerator in that health facility. Until today, the incinerator is not there.
So the allocation is there, but
the allocation is there, but the incinerator was never installed.
So what happened?
So we tried to do a petition to the county government, but until now nothing has been done.
To the county assembly or to
the county assembly? Yes.
What happened in such a case? So it has been budgeted for, it has been appropriated and allocated, but it has not been utilized. So is it that the money then goes back? Is this what you talk about, absorption rate? And are there reports as to why this did not happen?
In fact, it's been very difficult to solve that issue. We have no clue where that money went. I'm sure it did not go back, but I think it's an issue of misappropriation.
Has your MCA picked it up, or has the county assembly picked it up?
No, they haven't. That's why I want the public to get more involved, because that is just one case. Just imagine what is happening in other constituencies across the country.
That's why I want to ask my question, because you are a community-based organization and active group, right? So you're mobilizing the community on some areas. This is the same community that elects representatives that go to the assemblies, both at the county and the national level.
Yes.
Are the representatives aware of your existence and all the work that you're doing? For example, do you engage in Embakasi East, right?
Embakasi
South. In Embakasi South, do you engage with your MCA? Do you engage with the area member of parliament?
I'll tell you one very funny story that happened. There's a time we were engaging the community on the CIDP. So we were doing like a stock taking of what has been implemented and what is yet to be implemented. And after that session, it was a very nice write-up that everybody got to go home with. So they went into the community and they were showing their relatives, their friends, and their neighbors. And in the evening, I got a call from the member of parliament trying to justify why some of these developmental projects had not been actualized. But in real sense, you're not supposed to be answering to me. You should be answering to your constituents, you see. So when we have these forums, community forums, we always invite them, because they are the representatives who are supposed to ensure that these plans are actually actualized. So we do engage them on a consistent basis.
Have you, when you found these discrepancies, have you written to the EACC or the Controller of Budget?
Yes, we have written to the EACC, but they've really not been forthcoming, unfortunately. But moving forward, we are going to try and engage them further, and also the Office of the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget as well.
Yeah.
So they're very important stakeholders in all this, since they're the oversight authorities.
Right.
So it is important that we get them also on our side.
Because COB, AG have county level coordinators who can pick up these kind of issues. The AG has a citizen audit platform. I forget the name. I think it's CAA or something that they are trying to put into place. So they are very, very interested because they recognize the way the AG works is when they are doing
AG here being
Auditor General. They sample. They don't audit everything. They sample. They might sample maybe, 5%, not 5%, maybe 10 or 20% of all the work. So they recognize they miss a lot. And they also only audit the books. So they don't know whether the books reflect what's on the ground. So they are very, very keen on that. So I think if you write to them and do so with a full view of your community, so that they realize it's not just one person or just the institution.
It's not a lone voice.
It's not a lone voice. Because there's also, unfortunately, sometimes there's also complicity within oversight institutions by individuals. So the public process is important to give you cover and to give force. But I think it's really important.
Good job that you're doing, Eve. Eve Madai is a co-founder of KE Budget Talk and also has another campaign that you run, Follow the Money, and very many other things. I think if you are not the head girl in your school, you're the one who was organizing strikes. One of those two.
On the contrary, it's the latter.
Strikes.
The one who was organizing. Definitely, it had to be one of those two. Either you've been made head girl by the head teacher so that you are contained.
Good for you.
I wish they could see me now.
Doing such great work.
Yeah.
We are talking about the citizens understanding the budget and looking at yesterday's budget speech by CS Ukur Yatani. In the next half of the hour, we will talk about now, do we as citizens understand what Ukur Yatani was talking about? Do we understand the budget? What is our role in following up what has been promised? All those pledges in the budget. It's 7:30. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room. We'll be back shortly. Good morning.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Brought to you by Colgate.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country, and I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma number them Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. You know, there are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the constitution is an illegal act. He shouldn't be doing it and should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mostly cloudy conditions at 18 in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 15. At 15 degrees, it's sunny in Nakuru, 29 will be the high and lows of 14. 18 degrees and Nyeri is cloudy, 26 will be the high, lows of 15. And Eldoret is sunny at 14, highs of 26 today. It's mostly sunny at 27 in Mombasa, highs of 33 and lows of 25, while Malindi is sunny at 29. We'll see highs of 34 and lows of 23. At 21, Kisumu is sunny, 30 will be the high and lows of 20, while at 15, it's sunny in Kakamega. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 14 today. Kampala is raining still at 19, highs of 29, and Dar es Salaam still experiencing rain showers this morning at 25. Highs of 33 through Friday. 11 degrees and cloudy in Johannesburg. 19 will be the high and lows of 10, while it's partly cloudy at 23 in Lagos. Highs of 33 and lows of 23. Clear skies in Kinshasa. For now, highs of 33, lows of 23.
Welcome to SpiceFM, the best exclusive radio station bringing you the best mix of the best music ever.
Okay, some traffic really has built up on North Airport Road today. This is spilling off of Mombasa Road, and also seeing some going towards Outer Ring. We'll take you out through to the junction on the Thika Superhighway coming from the back, and that's really built up this morning. Jogo Road going out towards Landis, and then to the Kamkunji roundabout also doing the magic today. Chunk of Thika Road, no traffic, and then you're going to see before and after, before the Utali Drift, and then after the Utali Drift, some traffic there. But other than that, doesn't look too bad. Kiambu Road not doing too poorly this morning either. A little bit of traffic as you approach Muthaiga Square. So I think we're able to keep things under control. Let's keep it that way, shall we, through the morning? But let's talk, however. SpiceFM, KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Sugar and spice and everything.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This conversation, it continues. Your host this morning, Eric Latiff, Okoh, our guest host, Wanjiru Gikonyo from the Institute for Social Accountability, and our host this hour is Eve Mathai. Oh, our guest, Eve Mathai.
Working yourself out of a job, Eric. That's very commendable.
Co-founder of the KE Budget Talk and also Follow the Money. We are talking about Mwananchi understanding the money. One of the documents that Ukuri Atani presented to Parliament yesterday was, well, the speech that he just read. The budget estimates and what he called the Mwananchi abridged version of the budget. If you look at it, you are a serious Mwananchi if you understand it. Anyway, some of the areas that we talk about currently, the issues affecting the country. Food security. How much money has gone into food security? He says that, to make sure that there's food security, there's a lot of money that they are going to put in. Let me just read you the money. I'll tell you about sustaining water supplies.
How much? 46 billion.
46 billion has gone into food security. I want to break it down into where it's going. 4.2 billion National Agriculture and Rural Inclusivity Project. 1.5 billion Small Scale Irrigation and Value Addition Project. 1.7 billion Kenya Cereal Enhancement Program. 1.9 billion Emergency Locust Response. 1.6 billion National Value Chain Support Project, 690 million Food Security and Crop Diversification, and on and on and on, including exploitation of living resources under the blue economy, 1.3 billion, 1.65 billion for Kenya Livestock Commercialization Program. So, all in all, the 46 billion shillings going into food security. At the end of the day, do we understand what that is all about?
That's a very good question. We always advocate for transparency in these budget documents, and that is by giving non-financial information. We want to see the number of beneficiaries, how many women, how many men, how many youth, how many persons with disabilities are going to benefit from those allocations. And most of the time, you'll find that counties are not presenting this information. So it is important that they do so for us to be able to make the link between these huge amounts of money that are being allocated to these sectors and the service delivery that is coming out, or the beneficiaries that are getting the benefits from these programs. So there's a huge disconnect. It is difficult for a common Mwananchi to understand how it is working. Mm-hmm. So there is also a need for sensitization. They need to go down to grassroots level and explain exactly where the amounts of money are going. For instance, in urban informal settlements, I think what they should have focused on is developing urban farming. I've actually gone to someone's house in Mukuru Kwanjenga, and they were actually keeping cows. The excuse has been lack of space, but I saw it with my own eyes. The lady had 2 cows. So what she did, she rented a different house next to hers, and she kept the cows there. So she sells milk, and she has a sustainable business.
Does Jan Robadi know this?
I don't know if that is legal, but it's happening. So
don't stress too much.
No, can you imagine the neighbors?
No, but urban farming is real.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
but can you imagine the neighbors
She's
of this
supplying
lady?
milk to the neighbors.
It's okay, but can you imagine?
Milk trumps manure.
Pragmatism.
And
then don't forget, most Kenyans are just one hop away from rural area. Tumezoea. Okay, let me not say tumezoea, but
Wajiro.
I know. I'm like, let me be real here. But many Kenyans have grown up with the cow next door.
I agree and I understand when you talk about, okay, so urban agriculture, but then I think taking it to the cows is a bit extreme. But what is this urban agriculture about?
There are modernized ways, utilizing small spaces of how you can plant your vegetables, your daily vegetables.
So kitchen garden.
Nothing major like maize, like herbs,
your
vegetables,
sukuma
sukuma, tomatoes, onions. You can actually do them in small spaces. So there are actually organizations that have done or implemented this in informal settlements, and they're targeting community centers and schools. They are trying to encourage sustainability when it comes to food security in those particular areas. And they're mostly planting fruit trees so that kids can be able to get some nutrition from the schools, because when they go home, it's a different story.
Yeah. Even as you say this, Eve, I mean, so all of these things are happening. There's this civic, there's this, advocacy that's going on. There's this education that's happening, getting people to understand and removing these, difficult conversations and making them, granular, right? And then comes budget day. And then this 3-hour speech is given. And the folks were thinking, okay, well, let's just get over this. They're going to tell us how much the government is going to spend. There'll be traffic at Parliament buildings. Then we'll all go home and continue, right? But do you actually see that through this advocacy, people are getting to understand the fundamentals of what government ought to be doing to make this environment that we're talking about being conducive? Do you see that the advocacy that you're spending long hours and sweat on is yielding a result that will then get people truly, because it sounds very NGO speak, let's hold the government accountable, let's put things in place, let's have monitoring and evaluation. It sounds good. But do we actually see tangibly that folks are understanding what this so important advocacy is about? And so then come budget day, with all this that we are seeing, it then makes sense to them. Are you seeing that happen?
In fact, it's a lot of information to process. Even within our own team, we have to divide ourselves into sectors to make sense of the different areas, because it's a lot of information. So you can imagine the common mananchi who does not have the time to go through this. So they rely on their community radio presenters to break it down.
Right.
Mainstream media like you guys to break it down. So we still have a long way to go in terms of building the capacity to understand this. So also the government has a role to ensure that this happened, but they're not actually executing it. So whose responsibility does it become?
Because here, if you're looking at it from the government point of view, and just follow me talking, if I explain my role to you, right, I've opened up the door for you to be able to come and ask me anything at any time, and I must answer you in truth. So do you find then that government would be a bit cagey with this information? Because what it does is that then you can demand this information of us later, like the gentleman who called you later and said, well, let me explain to you why this money was actually, misappropriated. But if people understand what exactly is going on, then they can see through anything that is put up, right? So would you find that government is a stumbling block in this process for not wanting folks to really understand what is happening, because then that leaves them naked, as it were?
Exactly. So there was a research conducted by IBP on the County Budget Transparency Survey, and it's been happening since 2015. What they've been trying to achieve with that project is to check the level of transparency that counties have, and also the comprehensiveness of these documents, because counties will publicize and publish the documents, but what is the content of the documents? There's minimal information. So over the years, we've seen an improvement when it comes to comprehensiveness, but we still have a long way to go. Counties, the last statistics, I think it was at 33.3% in terms of transparency. So you see, that's very minimal. They're not actually giving us the information we need to be able to make decisions. So it's important for Kenyans to take it upon themselves to go as far as physically tracking. They said a hospital was equipped with some machinery in this particular area. People should actually go to the facility
hospital.
and quantify and tell the rest of the country what is going on in that particular health facility. When people start taking it upon themselves, I think the government will shy away from not implementing, because without implementation, there are no access to services.
Indeed. Can I just, I think the question you've asked, Ndu, is very provoking, because what do we envisage as the active citizen? And I think, I've seen many moons, and I like hearing the younger voices with more innovative ideas. But I also think there are some assumptions we made as we started this work that maybe aren't fully correct, because the citizens' primary interest is their work and their family. So the idea that they will that the active citizen has to be holding government to account all the time, maybe we can rejig that and say this. Citizens need to engage in government processes, but the onus is on government to be responsive. Because like now, if we take that example of the urban farming, keeping cows, when government comes with regulations that disrupt your livelihood, which public participation will take place? So a responsive government will actually listen and say, what are the needs in this community? Food security is the first need. What have people done? They have set up kitchen gardens. How do we then help the kitchen garden? If you start the conversation there, citizens will engage. But when you come now with your bylaws and laws that displace citizens then sit back. And so part of the apathy really comes from a government that is so removed. It's so far removed. And we have to push the issue of participatory policy frameworks, participatory budget frameworks.
Participatory governance.
Participatory governance.
Yeah.
So, and so I think we don't want a advocacy of dependency, because advocacy only works when citizens have agency and they recognize, I must do this, and government is coming to complement. The problem is right now government occupies too much space. So the policies create the apathy, create the dependency, because they don't give citizens space to exercise agency.
But I come back to representation. Because those people who are supposed to make sure that the executive is responsive to the people are the representatives of the people who've been elected directly by the people. Now, that's where the citizen also has a role to play in terms of, do we elect an MCA to lord over us, or do we elect an MCA who comes from our community, who understands, who engages with us, who lives and breathes with us, who spends their day with us, and therefore they are going to tell the executive at City Hall, this is what my people want. And you'll find that the ward rep from this ward and the next ward rep will basically be talking the same thing. But now here we have, when you say government, we are including assembly plus executive, because all of them are same. Now, this is a question then. How do we, so that we can make our work of being active citizens much easier, how do we have leaders who are responsive to us, who will come to us and tell us, okay, so guys, we know these are the problems that we have. Kuna shida, we need ablution blocks, we need water services, we need sanitation. We also know that this hospital, we need an incinerator in the hospital. And we have had a conversation and we are thinking that the incinerator will come first. And this is what will happen. So you are made aware. So the next time you're having a conversation with your MCA, you're asking, incinerator, you said it's coming, where is incinerator? Is it here? Is it not? It starts with the citizen then electing the leader. Do we understand, I mean, as you work in the grassroots, is everybody on the same page when it comes to why elect a leader?
I get very disheartened when I hear my fellow Kenyans saying how they're not going to wake up and go to vote. And I understand why to some point, because they've really been disappointed and they've lost faith in government. But I would like to compel them to actually go and vote, because we need to elect, first of all, leaders of integrity. I'd hope to see the aspirants, the incoming aspirants, presenting manifestos, a plan. What do I intend to do even in the first year? That should be the area that is meant to convince the citizens on why they are the most eligible party. So I think at this point we are at an advantage. It's the right time to kind of sieve and identify the right people for these positions. And we should not, the president and the vice president is also a very important seat, but we should also look at the grassroots leaders. These are the MCAs, the women rep, the senators, the governor, on county level. Devolution was supposed to bring equal share or to resources to reach the marginalized communities. But it's been about 9 years, and you still have areas like the arid and semi-arid lands still experiencing drought and hunger. These are stories we've been hearing since we were children. Why is it still happening? We have to question the level of preparedness for food security systems in Kenya. Why are we not putting in sustainable measures? Who stands to gain when all this is happening? So once we communicate this to the public, they will be more proactive when it comes to asking their leaders to actually fulfill their obligations. Yes.
If over the last number of years, we've been putting in a lot of money into, food security and climate action. For example, this year or in the next financial year, 7 billion shillings will go into the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Project. So those things that you're talking about have been taken care of. 7 billion shillings. Climate Smart Agriculture Project.
And what has come out of it?
See, now those are questions that you ask Ukuriatani.
One of our partners, Afrodad, brought out a very interesting perspective on this whole climate change move. They said, number one, climate change is a values issue because it's about how you handle land, how you handle your environment, how you handle water. And these, we already have programs on that. And so the idea that you now have a new climate change approach may actually just be another project that misses the point, that you have to change your relationship with your external environment and you have to implement the programs that you have. Like if it's water users associations, whether it's environmental committees, they should be active and they should be retrained. So there's there's a scam here. There's a big opportunity.
Have you ever gone to any part of this country and actually found an active water users association?
Yeah, that's
I've been to Turkana County and I've seen a lot of improvement when it comes to access to water, especially in the very, very remote areas.
Okay.
They've done a good job in drilling boreholes.
Was there an active water users association?
Yeah.
They do.
At community level?
Yes.
That
in
are
some
organized.
places,
and
in
they
some
know
places.
that we are members of the Water Users Association and those are the other members of the water users. And together we come.
Maybe not that perfectly, but that's what the law anticipates, whether it happens. And it comes back to the issue of part of the reason why public participation is so disjointed is that the bodies for public participation aren't operational. They are there in law. You'll find, like with the Water Users Association, there's a time that I think it was GIZ or one of these funders was really supporting that initiative. And at that point, they were very active. When the funding stopped, they then stopped being active. So there's a need to see, if it's health, there's community health committees. Project health committees in the health sector. So all these sectors, land, all have community level frameworks or committees that are supposed to be drawn from residents who are concerned about their local service delivery. But those don't work. So the issue is, where is the capture? Why aren't they working?
Is it the approach or the understanding of the community members that this is a job? So I'm going in there because when we go for a meeting, we get 200 shillings and come back home. So the day the money runs out, I don't understand why I'm going to meet. What am I going to meet about?
I'm not going to get paid.
That's one side of it. I don't think it's that simple. I think people engage when they anticipate rewards. And if you see a process is closed, then you'll go for the money. Because you're like, siendi, hata nikienda, what is it? But then you're told, there is 200 bob, 500 bob. Oh, then you'll go.
I'll go.
So, there's a calculation that people make because...
so if it's not translating to actual results and tangible results, where the community sees that these are tangible results, then people will not participate.
We have, maybe we do have a values problem in this country in terms of volunteerism and all of that. That needs to be built. But the fact that people get involved in their court committees, they get involved in church committees, and they don't go there asking for 200 bob because they see a value.
Because it's not government. There's an association in our mind. Government, pay me.
That's the thing. But one of the fundamental things about development is that it begets itself, right? That you see something, it's just the way human nature then now responds to this thing. That you see something positive happening, that then you are spurred on naturally to want to see it continue and then be sustained. Whether you're getting something... as an individual, whether you're getting some individual benefit, but when you see that there is development all around, the likelihood of you wanting to be involved in it to see some more and perpetuate that development is higher than if you didn't, right? So it's just one of the things that you see, this thing is working. We were at zero. We've seen this thing is working. I want to do more to see how it could work some more. It just is how it happens. It's just nature. Now, the thing is, to get to that place where it is working in a sustainable manner, then you say, all right, can we get more and more people to then plug in and then see how we can get more of these answers, do more of this education, have more of this advocacy, and then get people who are duty bearers then to answer and be accountable on some of these things. That's where you have people, latching on. You'll find that where you only saw a little bit and it wasn't sustained, that's where they fall apart, and then you'll not be able to see any kind of progress. And so that's the thing that we see the same way when you see that in some counties, for example, things work and everybody kind of works together to make sure that it continues. Where you see very little progress is where it was not sustained,
Yeah, and like Eric was saying, the relationship between citizens and leaders this electoral relationship remains a problem point. I think the other problem point is the democratization of county-based systems, because we have devolution, but devolution is centralized at the county level, and the beneficiaries of the devolution system are the county government officials and the county assembly officials. The citizens are still bystanders. And so citizens calculate and say, if you want me to come for your meeting, pay me. Because they don't see it as theirs. Their ability to influence outcomes, like you say, you get it into the ADP, you have participated, and at the end of the day, nothing comes out of it. Isn't that time wasted?
Of course. I think that's what, maybe, and then you can comment about this. I think that's why then an open communication or some of the work that's being done then is fundamental, because then you let people know that these are the results of the things that we have been involved in and this is what it has given. That when you put it out in the open, more and more people get to know about it and want to be involved in that process. Do you see that as something that could then perpetuate this work that's being done?
I can also make reference to the same survey I was talking about, the County Budget Transparency Survey.
Yeah.
When it came out, we saw a lot of governors coming out and questioning IBP. How did you come up with these results? Why is my county number last?
Yeah.
So it brought a sense of competition. So that is why it's important to use social platforms to air these problems out, because it then compels government to take action, because no one wants to be seen like they're not actually fulfilling their obligations. So once this is in the open, I've seen a couple of governors, because on the subsequent survey came out, a certain county elevated itself to number 1. So, I mean, the advocacy is actually working. I can't say that entirely that it's a waste of time, but I've seen some progress, but though minimal, we still have a long way to go. But if we continue, I think we'll gain some progress.
Eve, thank you very much for joining us. And even for the stories. At 2 cows. in Nairobi.
Very possible. I see it with my own eyes.
2 cows.
Two.
Two.
Not one.
I can take you to my home.
Supporting the village.
Where? That's a big one. Go and tell them, whenever they buy Colgate, they're supporting others too. Also get water.
Indeed.
Right. Because Colgate is running this program with Well Boring, a UK NGO, drilling boreholes in 7 counties so far.
Right.
They've done some 90 wells in schools. You know, when you have water in school, that's water in the community. So they're saying, if you go and buy Colgate today at Naivas, part of the process from that purchase will go into adding 30 more wells in these 7 counties, which is a good thing. Talking about water security and access to water, SDGs, we've been talking about them. MDG, SDG, everybody shall have access to potable water, blah, 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 blah. Lies so far, unless we do it ourselves. And that's why we are doing it. Eve Madai is a co-founder of KE Budget Talk and Follow the Money. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Indeed it is. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newsround. Dennis Asseto. The prevailing fuel crisis perhaps paints a clear picture of the tough economic times facing many Kenyans hard hit at the low-income earners. In the last 2 weeks, consumers countrywide have been forced to withstand long queues to get fuel, a critical commodity whose cost has also risen significantly within a year. According to the Kenyan National Bureau of Statistics, retail prices for a litre of kerosene, petrol and diesel have risen 5.8%, 9.6% and 7.3% respectively within 1 year to March 2022. It is a cost many people in the transport sector have had to bear, as the alternative is often to pass it down to consumers. Now, the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission received a massive financial boost from Treasury on Thursday that will help the agency prepare and supervise the August general elections without major operational hitches. Treasury CS Okoh said an allocation of 21.7 billion shillings to the Wafula Chebukati-led commission is aimed at facilitating a smooth electoral process. The allocation was an addition to the 22.9 billion shillings handed to IEBC in the financial year 2021-2022. Thursday's pronouncement means that the monies availed by the National Treasury to IEBC for the purpose of conducting the eagerly awaited polls have now topped 44.6 billion shillings. In August last year, IEBC chairperson Wafula Chebukati announced that the Electoral Commission needed at least 40 billion shillings in order to carry out credible polls. And the affordable housing program initiated by President Uhuru Kenyatta is expected to continue after Treasury proposed 27.7 billion shillings allocation in the 2022-2023 budget. President Kenyatta in 2017 targeted to deliver 500,000 housing units in now family set to continue when he leaves office after the general election slated for August 9, 2022. The program, which was designed to provide affordable housing units to Kenyans, was also envisaged to create additional jobs, provide a market for manufacturers as well as suppliers, and raise the contribution of real estate and construction sectors to GDP, according to National Treasury CS Okoh. And the 317.8 billion shillings has been allocated to security agencies for the financial year 2022-2023. According to Cabinet Secretary Okoh, the funds will be shared among the Kenya Defence Forces, National Police Service and the National Intelligence Service. The proposed allocations include 128.4 billion shillings for defence, 46.1 billion shillings for the National Intelligence Services and 122.2 billion shillings for police and prison services. Now, Kenya Airways is set to undergo massive restructuring in what the National Treasury says is meant to pull the flag carrier from the loss-making territory. According to National Treasury CS Okoh, The national carrier plays a major and catalytic role in the economic development of the country, but is currently facing severe cash flow constraints following global lockdowns triggered by the COVID-19 pandemic. In the full year ended December 31st, 2021, the airline saw its net loss narrow by almost a half. And the Kenya Meteorological Department has revised the earlier forecast for the long rain season of March, April to May. In a statement, Kenya Meteorological Department Director Stella Aura is attributing the revised forecast to poor rainfall season as being due to the low pressure over the southern hemisphere and the high pressures over the northern hemisphere. She said the warmer than average sea surface temperatures over the Indian and Atlantic Oceans have led to low pressure over the southern hemisphere, hence the lack of sufficient energy and moisture to the region that will result into rainfall. This means that agriculture might be affected and in turn affect food security in the country. Now, the United Democratic Alliance has warned that it will not allow other political parties and government operatives to interfere with its nomination exercise on April 14th. The National Electoral Board said that it is aware of plans to infiltrate its nomination exercise in Kirinyaga so as to ensure popular candidates do not win the party ticket. Kirinyaga County UDA returning officer Harrison Njoroge Moura said the board has put in place mechanisms to ensure no one interferes with the nominations. The High Court has barred the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission from proceeding to hearing the vote rigging case against Gatundu South MP Moses Kuria. Justice Anthony Mrima issued the stay orders after Kuria moved to court to challenge the commission's jurisdiction to probe his case. Kuria is being interrogated by the commission following his remarks which he made on March 15, suggesting that the 2017 and 2013 elections were rigged. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Asato. Good morning.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
Well, this morning on Mombasa Road, not too much traffic as heading out into the city. Well, there is traffic, but it's not too bad. We're not looking at a bumper-to-bumper situation just yet. Langata Road is building up. We're looking at the southern part of the city. And then also Jogo Road, coming back east, going out towards Kamkunji. Everything is starting to build up now. Started a bit late, but, nobody's complaining. Not too much. Thika Superhighway has built quite some past survey. And looks like it'll be there for some time. Kiambu Road, not too bad. Bumper to bumper, just past DCI, and then heading out towards Muthaiga Square. That still continues. Coming out of Westlands, Ring Road Westlands is still pliable for now. You can still use it. Not to forget, you're trying to avoid all of this completely. Wayaki Way, James Gishuru, blah, blah, blah. It's called what? The Red Hill Link Road. Use that as an option to get out of the traffic that is in the city. Let's talk. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127, and let's move.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
On the 8th day of Okoh. It's March 2022. Kenya's biggest conversation enters the third hour. We have a new guest in the studio. We'll be talking about budget, yes, and looking at the hits and misses of what was presented in Parliament yesterday. Before we introduce him, we have the proverb from Malawi. Don't think back on someone whose name you forgot. He is probably someone else by now. Don't think back on someone whose name you forgot. He is probably someone else by now. They moved on, and so should you. Yeah? You forgot about them. Forgot about them?
They forgot about you first.
They changed. They decided to change. Yep. So our guest this morning is James Muragori. He's the CEO of the Institute of Public Finance Kenya. James, we've had you virtually for the last 17 years. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation in the Situation Room.
Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure having a conversation with you. Morning is how did you come in here? Did you use the expressway or did you use...
Well, the expressway, we're still trying to understand how that works for the common citizen like us. Yeah.
I'll tell you because you see I'm not a common citizen like you. So on the expressway, you...
I don't think James is a common citizen like him either, but let's go there.
Your eminence.
Since you're eminent.
No, it's okay.
We wanted to hear how it works.
Yeah, I have the gadget installed on my car. I've paid money into it. I've been told that we are just being given Kidogo access.
Oh, you're the first 1,000? Did you register?
Few people doing a test drive before President Uhuru Kenyatta comes to drive on it at the end of March. And so it's working.
Such a hoity-toity bourgeois way of doing it.
We were talking about manure earlier. Hot and steaming. This is it. This is it.
So when you get the gadget installed on the vehicle, that is the one where you've prepaid, and then there's a sensor. So you get close to the toll booth. There's a sensor, it senses, so it opens for you and already registers that you're on the road. At your exit, it calculates and deducts the money, all right?
Mm-hmm.
So from, say, Westlands roundabout to Eka Hotel, you just do about 2.5 minutes. That means to the airport is 4 minutes.
Which speed are you driving at? But that's okay.
That's a very casual 80.
Okay. Maximum legal speed?
I don't know what the legal speed is going to be there. Maybe they're going to have a minimum 50. Speed of 80. Because that's the whole point of having an expressway. Right? And it's moving. You get to the next, at your exit, senses again, it just opens and you move. But then there'll be other lanes where you either pay by cash or by, I think they're going to call it a mega rider. If they don't call it a mega rider, they'll have lost the plot.
They needed you to be advising them on this to get it right, man.
Yeah. So Moja Expressway brand ambassador right here.
Yeah.
Talking about the expressway is working. City Muga, I'm waiting for City to come on Monday. This thing, June, I'll tell him, boss.
Yes.
It's working.
So we've driven on it, boy. June Gani. Yeah.
So they have a gadget.
Yes.
Okay.
So you have two options. You have the options of getting that one that's stuck on your vehicle, or you will be paying by card. You preload the card, get to the exit, just swipe it, move. Yeah?
Yeah. Hear you.
So that 80 billion shilling that we need to repay, I've already paid like 200 bob.
You've contributed.
Mimi pesa yangu mimi nimelipa.
Yes.
Okay.
Good one.
The CS for the National Treasury was in Parliament yesterday, James. I'm sure somebody who is a CEO of the Institute of Public Finance Kenya cannot have been doing anything else the whole of yesterday afternoon other than just looking and listening to what the CS is saying. So you picked out a lot of things. Some wins, some gains, some misses, some areas which are still grey, and in fact those ones are the ones we'll be interested in to hear. And we're looking at what people are saying. For example, removal of VAT and excise duty on locally manufactured vehicles. That's going to make the Laikipia, you see the Laikipia cars? Now they'll be cheap.
Okay.
We're all going to Laikipia to buy our next vehicle.
Your next vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you say, James?
Well, thank you. Interesting conversation happening today, and of course, based on yesterday, what happened yesterday, happened yesterday in Parliament. But from where we sit as an institute, we feel, based on the experience that the Jubilee government has had, they failed to shape the conversation of the next 10 years of the next governments that will come, because it's just the usual, increase the budget and do not say where where the money is coming from, apart from borrowing. And that's one thing. So, and first of all, we're still in a conversation where we expanded, again, our spending, which is the biggest problem we have, because we don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. So that's where we start from. So we have not helped to shape the next government that comes into place. And of course, they limit the extent to which the next government can wiggle, because the next government comes in and they can work with supplementary budget up to a certain point, meaning they are bound by decisions that will be made by this particular parliament and government.
Now that you've brought, I wanted to ask that question, Okoh, towards like the end of the show, but let me just ask it now. Does it make sense? Okay, so our budget process is guided by the Constitution and the Public Finance Management Act, right?
Yeah.
So budget must be read at a certain point. And also we've got the East African protocols where we all have to harmonize the reading of our budget and all. Does it make sense for a transition government to be presenting an annual budget when they're not going to implement even 2 months of it?
Well, that's a difficult policy question to ask, because the government exists in perpetuity. So it's specific actors within the space that are exiting, but the civil service continues to run. So we are looking at that continuity element, that we could have a prolonged, contested elections, but the government still needs to learn to a greater extent.
That's true. But the new administration comes in with its own priority areas and its own policies.
Yeah.
So, for example, Ukur Yatani, representing the Uhuru Ruto administration, is presenting what the Uhuru Ruto administration has been doing and saying we still want to continue with the Big Four agenda, putting money in the Big Four projects and enablers and all. New administration comes in and they have their different priorities. So you're most likely going to have a supplementary budget before the end of the year that starts looking at things differently. Another supplementary budget by the end of the first quarter of next year that starts shifting things differently. So what was presented by Ukur Yatani today ends up looking like a different animal by March next year.
Well, that's very true. It will look from that perspective, but also taking into consideration that the government is in the process of developing the medium-term plan, the MTP4, which I think it's going up for public participation and consultations. I think sometimes in this April and May or thereabout. So, and of course, it takes the programs that are being proposed across, trying to look at it. But ultimately, the government that comes into office has to do its own supplementary budgets and look at what is in it. And that's the radical shift that will be there. But they are also bound. That's why I say the limitation of the decision by this government is that the incoming government is limited to an extent of, really of max like 10% of the 3.3 trillion budget we are talking about.
James, so much was said yesterday, the reading of the budget. But what did you hear?
What did I hear? Did I hear anything, Lily? But well, to say the truth is, I look at the budget that, first of all, failed to recognize, that we need to strengthen the institutions that support the citizens. I looked, for example, the propositions. First of all, it's an ambush by the National Treasury and the CS for that matter, because we had not seen, for example, the program-based budget that he was leading the statement. Ideally, he should have released the budgets, the program-based budget before the speech, so that also citizens have an opportunity to look at what is, before the speech. So you have Parliament that's been allocated 50 billion, for example, and the judicial that's been allocated 18 billion. But given an option, that's why I said I'm wondering what I really had, because the biggest struggle we've had, is the allocation to the judiciary, for example. And but there was, of course, a good win for the judiciary, because he acknowledged that we are at a point where we've activated the judiciary fund, so that resources can, for judiciary can be safeguarded. But still, the allocation is not proportionate to the work the judiciary is doing, for example. And of course, the amount of money allocated to the Office of the Auditor General, the type of work we do looking at transparency and accountability of resources by government, is we want to see oversight institutions being provided with more resources. So that's the way, I looked at it. And asking, so Parliament, you allocate Parliament 50 billion, well and good. But remember that 50 billion is, you still have an extra some 44 billion or 48 billion that goes to CDF under the Ministry of State, State Department, of Planning. So in this sense, you have another controlled kitty of another 50 billion, 100 billion, So that's a question. And of course, also asking, how much have we, in this budget with regards to jump-starting our economy, because we're still coming out of COVID effects. We are not yet out of COVID as a pandemic, but the effects of the pandemic are still with us. So we've not triggered, for example, the private sector engagement, because the government, you look at what they have allocated the micro and small enterprises. Yes, we are saying that border borders, for example, which is a huge economy on its own, we're going to ask them to pick up their insurances, but also asking what incentives are you providing to that particular segment of the micro and small enterprises, MSMEs, themselves.
If I can jump in, James, but last year, same CS told us that the budget that was being read was an economic stimulating budget. This is what he said, using the same words, coming off the cuff of COVID-19 and saying, look, we've been in the doldrums. Now this budget that I'm delivering to you is one that is going to lift us out of that one. He said the same thing yesterday and said, okay, now we're looking at a budget that is going to continue with this economic stimulation. Are you saying that if you did an mental audit of what happened after the budget 2021, and then 2021, 2022, and now what we're seeing 2022, 2023, have we not seen that economic stimulation?
It's difficult. When you have the policeman as the judge, the prosecutor, and the policeman themselves, whatever they say is law. And that's a difficult thing we have, for example, with the National Treasury, because they determine the resources that goes where they go. They check on accountability, and they decide on planning. So the National Treasury itself, what they say out ends up being, like the gospel truth to everyone. What potentially, come to think about it, there is the government, the National Treasury has not done proper triggers in the the economy. For example, we talked about the credit. One thing I would have expected to talk about strongly about the credit guarantee scheme. Of course, I saw saying we'll allocate some 3 billion, but what we allocated previously triggered some extra 12 billion. But I want you to check, for example, the 12 billion went to who? Because that's what for us to see how whether the economy really triggered something. We would be asking these 12 billion that we're saying that was triggered from the 3 billion we released last year. Who are the beneficiaries of the 12 billion? Because it could still be the bigger macro, but
the MEs.
Exactly. But you see, you look at where the employment is in the country, is the SMEs. Asking what are the conditions, and are we still giving access to credit guarantee via the light mechanisms? If, for example, we are saying digital lenders have taken many people to poverty, and you want to give access to that credit guarantee, potentially then businesses need to access money through digital lenders, work with digital lenders instead of working with mainstream banking. Because what happens is that you give them 3 billion and they said that 2 billion to you via boards. They buy boards from you, So they're still making more money from you, thinking that you are triggering. Then they use that. So from last year, based on that statement, that we are, the economy is, moving from where we are, I would think not much has happened. Of course, the numbers say, and you can see, really, I think more people are in poverty than they were in 2019, come to think about it. Because we need to link these resources with the people, how the quality of life has improved. It's not about numbers alone. It's about how the quality of life has improved and, and the amount. And the thing is, unfortunately, the biggest problem here, we are excited by how bigger the budget becomes. It's not what the budget does. It's how bigger every year the budget, gets.
And in fact, on that issue, bigger budget, there's some messaging around. Well, we've been bringing down the deficit, but it's still a sizable deficit, which means taxation, remains pretty high. What's your thought about the tax measures that were introduced, or the tax position that was taken?
So, yesterday, tax measures, there were no deliberate tax measures that I would say that were very significant, apart, for example, looking at, nicotine products, alcohol advertisement and gambling, such, around what, it's just a way, an indirect way of going through the sin taxes, what they call we call the sin taxes. But these, general taxes, of course, all of us, we need to have those taxes being paid. But what we also need to think about is, the tax expenditures being provided. Very good. We are saying that, we're going to exempt, VAT from manufacturing of cars. But that's a tax expenditure in the first place. It's a foregone tax. We want to encourage more, more passenger vehicles. But of course, we are not able to control what we have to provide the proper light infrastructure. So, you take away that tax, because you need to be commensurate. It needs to be a reward to the manufacturers that if the production plant of this passenger vehicle is employing 100 Kenyans, then that's exactly what we're going to exempt. Not just a blanket tax exemption, because then if you look at studies, tax exemption is not a prerequisite for me to establish business in a country. I'm more interested in a proper, sound environment, politically, economically, zero interference from government, for example. That would encourage me to come. And I'm willing to pay my taxes. But when you think about that, you're putting tax, tax measures, relief, that element so that I can invest, it's counterproductive to the economy. That's why I didn't find proper sound tax measures being provided to trigger the economy.
What would you have wanted? What should Kenyans have expected, or what should Kenyans demand as it goes through is it the appropriation process, the deliberations in Parliament, with regard to cost of living and taxes?
So, when you think about what now, the ball is in Parliament's court, because documents have been tabled, and Parliament. First of all, we need to come from where in March. So recognize that this budget between March and April, the proposed budget has increased by around 32 billion in a month's time. Because what Parliament approved was around 3.04 billion. Now we have 3.34 billion, now 32 billion. So we're asking where. So you see, the problem is not actually tax or anything. It's a large appetite for expenditure and spending. And so Parliament has a big responsibility, first of all, to cushion Kenyans via the finance bill. So we are looking at, when we think about, the question is around expanding the tax base. Who is in the bracket, and who is not in the bracket. Now, what you find KRA doing is going, instead of going wide, they are going deeper. The person who's paying tax is the person we are going, because you're already in the system. So ideally what would happen is, everyone needs to pay their fair share of taxes, and those propositions, including, for example, we used to have, I think like when they brought on board matatu drivers, the conductors, bring the border borders into play, and for example, border borders pay a lot of taxes because in every liter of fuel they put in their border, there is tax component. Now you can imagine the border borders in this country. It's a segment, but of course also recognize that, as a huge taxpayer, there's no way KRA will ever call border as a large taxpayer organization. They'll call the large multinationals, in this country. And I think that's one thing that we recognize, because you also incentivize people to pay taxes. So we need to figure out and say, if this segment of the society, the amount of taxes they are paying, we need to see those taxes, acknowledge to them that this amount of taxes are doing this productively. Yeah. Then we come and say, we want to expand this tax base. Have conversations with citizens. Who is paying taxes? Who is not paying taxes? How are they? The mop-up, for example, that KRA has been doing. Of course, we've seen KRA tax base, increasing. But the question is it new taxes, or are we reclaiming the previous taxes and saying the economy is growing? That's a question. And after we finish mopping up, what happens? Does it will mean that our taxes reduce? And the question that Wajiro has asked, what should citizens expect now from our Parliament, for example, is is Parliament looking, for example, are we is everyone, for example, paying their fair share of tax? And we have an amazing, and probably our Parliament needs to start listening more to the Parliament Budget Office. Our politicians, they need to listen to those technical guys, because the reports coming out, from Parliament Budget Office, are great reports. But between the generation of those reports and policy making, something is getting lost in between there. And that's where we need to look. So Parliament in its own needs to look at our manufacturing. How do we incentivize our manufacturers? We don't necessarily have to give them tax breaks, for example, because we need the taxes, but we need to give them an assurance that the environment under which you're operating, it's, the government, is going to improve. And of course, this also means that the other thing is we need to see like full transfer of functions, county functions. So why do we have a water ministry in Nairobi, for example? Why do we have agriculture and irrigation in Nairobi? You know, if you were to set those functions to counties properly, it would mean there would be more money at the county, and that monitoring of those irrigations component and water and agriculture would be more closer. And then we can empower the regulatory institutions, the policy institutions in Nairobi. Then they will ensure that there is value for money. And that's what would trigger, for example, increased quality of life and reduced cost of living for citizens.
And rationalize the budget.
Absolutely.
Indeed.
Definitely.
Let's take a break. 29 minutes after 8, Kenya's biggest conversation. We are talking about budget 2022-2023, the hits and the misses. James Muragori, the CEO of the Institute of Public Finance Kenya, is with us in the studio. He was following that budget speech. He's telling us what he heard, what he didn't hear, what he would have wanted to hear, what we should look out for in terms of what should our members of parliament then tell us, what we should expect from the finance bill, and what should our finance committee of the National Assembly actually concentrate and focus on. Conversation continues right after this break. We are live on KTN Home, on SpiceFM, and on YouTube and Facebook. Good morning.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Brought to you by Colgate.
Thank you.
The political class, the contestants, everybody is trying to outsteal the other.
Remorse is not taught in any school. Manners is something you get from your mother. You don't get it from your political party.
Why are we so unfocused as a country? Why are we spending money and resources, yet we have real challenges in this country?
This coronavirus pandemic should teach us one thing, that universal healthcare is critical. Because at this point, whether you have a medical card that covers you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your
18
day.
degrees, 19 degrees and cloudy in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 15. It's sunny at 18 in Nakuru. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 14. 15 will be the low in a cloudy Nyeri, going to highs of 26. And in Eldoret, it's sunny at 17, highs of 26 and lows of 13. Mostly sunny conditions at 30 in Mombasa, highs of 33. And we'll see highs of 34 in Malindi, where it's partly sunny at 30. Mostly sunny conditions in Kisumu at 23, going to highs of 30 today and lows of 20. We'll see lows of 15 in a sunny Kakamega, currently at 19, and we'll see highs of 31. Out in Kampala, the rain still continues, coming down at 23, highs of 29 and lows of 19, while in Dar es Salaam it's raining as well at 26. It'll go to highs of 33 and lows of 25. Johannesburg is cloudy at 12, highs of 19 and lows of 10, and we'll see partly cloudy conditions in Lagos, currently at 24, highs of 33, and in Kinshasa it's sunny at 23, highs of 33, back down to lows of 23. Not too terrible a day for traffic in Nairobi. Seeing some of it coming off North Airport Road going towards Outer Ring on your right, and then going further up North Airport Road, you could eventually connect with the Eastern Bypass. And not too much of a problem. A bit of a hiccup then as you're heading in the thicker superhighway direction from the back, but you should be all right. Langata Road doing really well today. Going towards the Huru Highway. Huru Highway itself, we're not seeing too much drama here. Thika Superhighway also, that seems to have cleared up. Just beyond Mathare, that junction is where you'll see some traffic heading out towards the Pangani underpass. But coming off Kiambu Road, it's a dream. And there probably ends traffic hour for today, but we're going to keep an eye on things because anything can happen. Coming out of Westlands, use the Red Hill Link Road. We have some action on Waiyaki Way, but nothing too painful for the moment. Shall we take a look, see in half an hour? Let's do it. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Spice up your life. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done
27 minutes to 9.
94
Continue. Eric Latiff, Ndu Okoh, Wanjiru Gekonyo, and James Muragori from the Institute of Public Finance Kenya talking about the budget. This is President Uhuru Kenyatta's farewell budget. Ukur Yatani presented it in Parliament yesterday. Some of these key highlights. The budget itself is 3.34 trillion selling, hoping to raise revenues of 2.44 trillion and financing a deficit of 862 billion shillings. Now look at the allocations. So the counties are going to get 407 billion shillings county allocation, including the equitable share and the conditional allocations. Education gets 513 billion shillings, which is more than all the counties get for all the functions of the devolution combined. If you look then at what James, you were saying, there are some functions that are devolved, but the national government is still allocating money at national level for. So, for example, the Big Four agenda, there's some 46 billion shillings that's going to enhancing food and nutrition security to all Kenyans. That's what? Agriculture. It's devolved. There's some 62 billion shillings that's going to providing universal health coverage to guarantee quality and affordable healthcare to all Kenyans. That's health. It's devolved. So if you look at how much devolution has gotten for all the functions and running and recurrent expenditure at devolved units, and then how much the others are getting at national level, there's a huge disconnect. Why is there such a disconnect, James?
I think the disconnect is as a result of vested interests. We're not willing to let those functions go to the counties because it's also a way of rewarding political patronage. And I think that's the biggest undoing we have as a country. We don't see, we work with the next election in mind instead of the next generation. The current generation of politicians would want to think they are thinking about the next elections instead of thinking they need to live to have a better country for their children. I mean, if I was the president, I would wish if my children would be presidents in this country to find a better country that I ruled well. And that's the biggest problem that we have. And that's why we need to have, whichever government comes into power in the next 5 months or so, they need to be committed to devolution properly and devolve those functions. Let counties learn and let's put counties to account. I think today, if you were to, if you wanted Kenyans to stone you is to touch devolution, remove counties, even a single county, because we've seen the impact of counties. You walk into hitherto, unopened places, and at least there's a Malam Road that you can access. So you think about the amount of money, and you've mentioned about 407 billion to counties. Actually, compared to the national government, the actual commitments from our taxes, it's around 370 billion, because the other money on top is conditional grants and, from partners. And 370 billion is what we've been giving counties for the last 3 years now, or thereabout. And not even 3 years, 5 years, because it was part of the conditional grants. Remember, we converted money, for example, Mombasa PGH, the level 5 hospital, used to receive a conditional grant that is no longer receiving, but still have to serve all those counties, in those areas. So the money to counties has not increased for the last 4 or 5 years. But the value of Kenya shilling has also lost its value to inflation has counted. So there has not been, this government has not been committed to devolution. Let's be very honest. The commitment to devolution has not been real, and I think they are only working towards a bare minimum. Because, if you come to think about it, we are actually using the 2017-2018 audited accounts to make a decision on that. So we have at least closer. We have 2018-2019 and 2019-2020 to make a decision on the amount of money. And they're not pushing through Parliament so that, because if Parliament approves, it means you have to make that decision on how much money goes to county. So the 370 billion would be a drop. It will actually, the percentage would close. Now we are talking about 27% of the 2017-2018, if I'm not wrong. So if you see 27%, but if you come to 2019-2020, that would come to probably 22-20%.
It keeps dropping.
Exactly.
The national budget is bigger.
Exactly. That's it. So that commitment lacks. And of course, it has a direct impact to the cost of living and quality of life for citizens.
Yeah. Can I ask about the sectoral education? What's your take on this quite large allocation? it looks like it's important. It is important to invest in human capital. I think there's a big drive on the continent to do that. Does this look like it's aligned to that? And then also security this budget has been going up. And we were at a forum on Tuesday where one of our colleagues asked, is Kenya planning to go to war with Russia? Why are they, what's happening with security? Yeah, so what's happening with these two sectors?
Well, education, if you look at the 513 billion, for example, allocated to education, to a greater extent is the salaries, the TSC budget. That's a huge component, the huge component of it. And of course, there has also been a bigger drive because of supporting the establishment of the CBC junior secondary schools. Yeah. So we are putting a little bit of more money on that. But traditionally, the education sector has taken a huge chunk of our budget because it's heavily a human resource driven sector. And of course the same with security. Security, globally, all the budgets globally for security, tend to go up because it's also the most opaque in terms of accountability. So no one asks the question, And of course, all of us, I'm happy when I see a police Land Rover drive ahead of me, even if it has one policeman. It's a form of assurance that there's security, And but the biggest problem is the level of accountability with those resources. And all of us as citizens, we understand it's important to fund our security services, but what we continuously call is, it's accountability. Because, and of course, we saw, the easiest way to steal public money is through the security contracts, like agro-leasing. That whole element was through the security contracts and that. But, I don't think there is anyone intending to go to war, with Kenya anytime soon. Our budget is pretty good, and we hope that's been directed to get the ammunition required to safeguard our space as a country.
Should be internal.
not to private pockets.
Exactly. Yeah. But the unfortunate thing is that you found also our beefing up of security is also procurement to suppress independent voices internally. We saw a young man demonstrating on the cost of living, yesterday. Really. And the way he was handled, really,
What are you saying?
And of course, you see,
he paid a price for living.
Exactly. Of course, and of course, you see, my most disappointing thing is seeing a convoy driving from Treasury to Parliament with security. Really, with a briefcase, papers being guarded because there's no money. If there was money, we could say yes.
That was a bad show.
Absolutely.
That for Ukuri Atani, I'm sure you're watching this, and everybody else at the National Treasury. That was a bad show.
It was.
You did not have to have so many security officers, and yet there were no demonstrators even on the road. Yeah. Many security officers. In fact, you're even wondering. So they're even panting. Why are they running?
Sure.
It's just a walk from the National Treasury to Parliament buildings. That's sufficient. But
in fact, James, this is a space we need to reclaim. That we need to make sure on budget day citizens are on the streets, because really this is maybe one of the pinnacle points in the financial year. We know the budget process starts much earlier, but we need to reclaim that space in terms of demonstrations and being seen, so that we get into the culture of our public officers realizing that briefcase represents my money and my interests.
Yeah. And how much I'm going to be taxed going forward. Yeah. James, I want to still stick on the question that Wanjiru had asked on the huge allocation to education. Since 2003, when Kibaki government came and Saitoti said, let all children go to school, we have seen huge allocation of budget to education. But we are in 2022, and we are talking about a stimulus to the education sector to build classrooms. And the education CS asking the private sector, please build classrooms so that we can accommodate the new CBC classrooms. Have we been spending the money the right way on education? You've talked about, yes, a lot of it has gone into, hiring teachers, getting teachers. We still don't have a good ratio of teacher to pupils. But on infrastructure development, there is money that comes from the national government. There is money that comes from CDF. We are still talking about bursaries supporting the education sector. CDF has a ring-fenced bursary fund. The National Government Education Ministry has a ring-fenced bursary fund. Counties have ring-fenced bursary funds. The Presidential Bursary Fund. Yeah. And yet it's the highest in our... Are we spending this money well?
Absolutely. We are not spending the money well. Because the biggest problem we have is our planning, our prioritization. So you'll find that 513 billion, take the TSC budget of probably approximately 300 billion or thereabout, then the capitation grants that need to go to respective schools. So actually the amount of money left for development is extremely then very minimal. But also take into consideration, yes, it's not minimal because we're talking probably around just around 100 billion or thereabout.
That is not a small amount of money.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money in this economy. The problem is the prioritization on that, and of course, budgeted corruption. We cannot rule out budgeted corruption in those, in the contracting business, because the people who are being, who are constructing those classrooms have to factor in kickbacks, and it's open in this economy. We've got, the 10%. That our 3.3 trillion budget, just to be assured, around 300 billion.
Some 10%.
Some 10% of it is
unaccounted for.
Yeah. It's petty cash to grease hearts here and there, and it's the most unfortunate thing, and that's the biggest problem we have. In that 513 billion, you essentially find approximately the budget we need there is 400 billion. It's not 513. So our planning and prioritization then becomes the challenge we are asking for, because then again, we also have, for example, the CDF, and thanks to Ajiro and others who've been on this work for long, and having even the CDF get structured properly to move from Parliament to State Department, because we ultimately need to see CDF moving from being controlled politically to being a proper planning process of the CDF.
CDF should be scrapped.
Absolutely, it should, so that we focus. It's a form of bribery to politicians, so that they can always bid on behalf of the executive.
Unfortunately, there's a perverse interest that plays in every time, and that's where you say this 100 billion that goes to Parliament de facto. And
Judiciary Fund, James.
Yeah.
So yesterday the CS said, finally, after so many years, we have framework in place that now we can set up the Judiciary Fund, and money is going into the Judiciary Fund. The judiciary will now be controlling its own budget. But you said, look at how much is going to the judiciary, an arm of government that should have presence across the country, and look at how much is going to Parliament that is headquartered in Nairobi. The National Assembly only sits in Nairobi, and members of Parliament occasionally go to their constituencies. Should we have seen more allocation to the Judiciary Fund?
And can I just add on that? How do we deal with self-interest in the budget-making powers of Parliament?
So first of all, when you're talking about this, the say of interests, we have not seen the breakdown of the Parliament budget itself, the 50 billion. So we just have a lump sum of 50 billion that's going to Parliament. But you'll find that the 18 billion for judiciary, the judiciary has been pretty open, and they have even called for public participation on their budget, on the budget for this. On average, the minimum we should be talking about, as Malaga had asked, it's 2.5% of the overall budget. We should be talking that we've allocated judicial at 375 billion Kenya shillings this year. And I think this is a campaign that citizens need to sustain, because all of us, our last line of defense is our judiciary. If we have a strong judiciary, if we have courts across each constituency, then when you're seeking justice, the cost of seeking justice is lower. Justice is accessible to everyone, because if the court is, if you're in Galisa and the next court available is in Isiolo, you'll say, I don't care about that justice. You'll give up. You'll give up on that. So that, we need to be deliberate as citizens. And for those who are working, in the space, it's a conversation that needs to continue. But the question we need to ask is, are we deliberate, First of all, the self-interest comes also because, like I said, you have a treasury that's the judge, the police, and the prosecutor. So they make decisions on the money and everything. But we need to, first of all, remove the powers of the National Treasury to plan the budget and take it to the office of the president, specifically office of the president. Like, have an office of management and budget, where those decisions, because this is a president's question. The quality of life for citizens, it's a president's question. He cannot run away from it. Life gets chaotic for citizens, it is the buck stops with the president, right? So that we are left with Treasury to help the president in accounting and saying we are reporting that we've checked, and the ministries, we are consolidating the reports, but you can't be the one planning. So who allocates money for National Treasury? Because it allocates money for everyone. Who allocates money to the National Treasury?
Right.
Right? And so that's why you find there are consistent items. For example, every year, 5 billion for IFMIS, re-engineering, reinventing. And they're not bad things. But the question is no one, because they also have to make a decision on the money that goes to the Office of the Auditor General.
Okay.
You see. And we want to take, for example, for Parliament to make a stronger case for the Office of the Auditor General so that it is properly delinked from National Treasury. We know these institutions have to work together, including the controller of budget, for example. But we want to see more resources on those oversight institutions and not be dependent on the National Treasury.
James, I mean, we're looking at processes. We're looking at a pre-budget process months in advance before we even saw what happened yesterday. Yesterday was just like the cherry on top. All of this had taken place before. Then we see the actual implementation of, budget lines, the money being, released, spent. Thereafter, at the end of the fiscal year, I'm only assuming then that you should then see a recap of all of these things that have happened. Because now it's pertinent to some of the issues that you raise. Who then is responsible? I mean, obviously, we know that it is Parliament. To tell us, these are the lines that have been drawn, and this is where the money was spent, this is how it was absorbed or not. But it would appear as though there's a shoddy job that has been done of that in the recent past. But then how then important would it be to help get out of some of these problems that we are seeing today, whereby you have a budget of 3.3 trillion, you know that certain things have not been done. It is clear, it is evident that they had said was going to happen. How would a thorough audit, monitoring, evaluation of the budget help to solve some of these issues that you're talking about?
So, thank you. If you think about it, we have a mechanism of reporting for the budget. For example, the 2021-2022 budget, we already have the two quarters report up to December. The challenge we have, and of course, because of the nature of our budget making cycle, it's not possible to have a full year, 2021, 2022, for example, in June. You can only have like 3 quarters. But what has happened over the years is the quality of information contained in those reports. So as a citizen, I'm not able to do. So I'll get a sectoral consolidated report for the State Department of Health. Right? And I don't have the State Department of Health comprehensive report. So Treasury gives us a 70-page report of spending 1.2 trillion, 1.3 trillion. That is very high level. It's policy. Potentially, as a citizen, I want to drill down to the Ministry of Agriculture. So what we should be asking, for example, in some of these conditions is, for example, for Parliament to demand comprehensive annexes to that 70-page document. Because you present to Parliament a 70-page document, they'll interrogate it based on lines, one single line. State Department for Agriculture, 70 billion. But what did 70 billion do? That's where the biggest problem is. And one thing, as you said, is, in our open budget survey result for 2019, the biggest problem we have, as you said, it's Parliament, because there's no oversight during budget implementation. We'll only discuss this when the Auditor General releases a report or the Controller of Budget releases a report. At least the Controller of Budget report is more comprehensive than what National Treasury releases. But we need to see Parliament as citizen representative helping us get that conversation. We will demand, as players in the sector, ourselves at the Institute, Wanjiro and TISA community, trying to demand for those, but we'll go up to a certain point. But we want to see the quality of information contained in those reports increasing and improving.
Does Parliament have the capacity to interrogate those? I'm asking that against the backdrop of a conversation that we had here with I don't know whether he's still the chair or he's a former chair of the Accounts Committee.
They have 50 billion shillings. What
No.
does capacity
By
mean?
By capacity, I mean, the members of Parliament, for example, they say, we are looking at the Auditor General's report and we have to interrogate all this. We have to, everybody who's been mentioned here, we've got to call them, we've got to question them, then we've got to prepare a report. And you're saying we actually have such a serious backlog. Now imagine if every quarter Parliament is also then expected to interrogate the expenditure of the budget. Before the quarter is over, the next quarter report has come in. Do they have the capacity to do that? And what do they need so that they can actually be efficient and to dig deep into these reports that come before Parliament? And imagine if it was actually coming item per item. This is the health ministry. X amount of money went here. This other amount of money went here. For them now to confirm that this amount of money went there.
And what do they do with the 50 billion?
Their job is to do exactly that. If they don't have capacity, they get it. That's why we pay them as citizens. right? We have to start from there. So if you're saying that you have backlogs, you're asking yourself, why do we have backlogs? We need to clear this. And like judicial, for example, we say we have backlogs in terms of cases because we don't have money to hire judges. Parliament has those powers to allocate money to themselves, unlike judicially, right? So when we talk about that backlog, is a result of their unwillingness to move that extra step. Because we see, for example, if that's, for example, is a public accounts committee that looks at the audit report, compare that with the budget, the time between now and the next 1 week, based on what was presented yesterday, I'm telling you'll find a comprehensive report from the Parliamentary Budget Office, and which sits as the clerk to the budget committee. The effectiveness of that particular office. And that's why I was saying there's a disconnect between what they produce and what the politicians at the floor of the house do. And that's the link that needs to be worked on. So the Public Accounts Committee need to ask ourselves, where is the disconnect between the backlog we have? But of course, first of all, whatever they work on and the report they get in, and we client also the Office of the Auditor General, is that there needs to be a managerial responsibility in those accounts. You see, for example, because you'll find and say the State Department of Health, the PS did. And so whoever the PS also comes is, will also, because we are dealing with the office of the PS. We are not dealing with an individual. We need to individualize these particular actions. If it was, the office of the PS that was responsible, we need to say that the PS office, State Department of Agriculture, Mr. James Moragori, who was in office at that particular point, authorized this. It's not the office of the PS authorized. It's
Moragori.
It's Moragori. We need to have managerial responsibility tied to individuals, because it also then means the civil servants become a little bit more concerned by their names appearing, adversely being mentioned in those audit reports. And of course, that delay, for example, for those backlogs, is deliberate, like I mentioned, because the faster you move on those things, it means more resources have had to go to counties, and it's not been the interest of this particular government.
Right. Can I ask a sectoral question? Agriculture.
Yeah.
What do you think of the measures that the CS outlined in terms of course, the sector is struggling with high cost of inputs. He didn't address productivity, but he was trying to cushion the sector. Has he done enough, or is this more of a sweet narrative?
Literally, our agriculture, talk about it, is over 60-70% is small scale holders, really, for sustenance farming. So when you hear measures by government with regards to agriculture and subsidies, for example, fertilizer and everything, you ask who's going to benefit from that fertilizers. It's not your ordinary thinking person who's getting targeted. It's actually the ranches, for example, those who are on 1,000 acres of land producing, because of course they have the ability to tilt the dynamics of markets at the markets. What we need to think is ask ourselves, for example, the farmers, the small scale farmers, how do they get to benefit? And it's got nothing to do with the national government. In fact, things like the those fertilizer programs, national cereals, need to be abolished. Leave that work to the counties, because counties are more closer to the people. They know who has a farm, who doesn't have a farm.
Right.
Man, the guys in Nairobi only read reports that come from the field. I might have a farm, 1,000 acres on the air, and I'm getting subsidy for fertilizers and then selling back to the market. And it's properly written GOK, not for sale. But then I just need to rebrand and get that. So we need to, and that's, we should, at that point where we should not be talking about agriculture subsidies at the national level. We need to see policy and regulatory comments coming from the National Treasury that we are pushing the State Department of Agriculture, if it's a food authority, an agriculture authority, asking about the quality of food that people are eating, and so that we are leaving counties to deal with those mechanics of subsidies and everything.
I think it's easy to throw hands up in the air and just say, this is a going down a rabbit hole here, and it's a difficult situation to get out of. But interestingly enough, the things you've said, James, I've not heard anything about any kind of external help necessary to solve the budget problems and implementation issues in Kenya. That the problems that we are seeing now, it's not for lack of revenue, it's not for lack of funding, it's not for lack of any of that would even need donor support or help. It's just a reorganization of priorities, and it is making sure that there's no duplicity of effort from national to county, for example, that you can actually handle things in a manner in which they ought to be handled budget-wise in country if priorities are fixed. Is that what we're saying?
Well, we have got, all those you mentioned, we don't have like a revenue problem and everything. but what we have is an expenditure problem. Counties, for example, are lagging with like 129 billion and disbursed to date. Why? Because also this government, really doesn't have money. Your priority is paying debt. So your planning and priorities are light according to what you think in the office, because our first obligation is to pay debt of the money, right? I looked this morning and I saw, I think for this coming financial year, around 57 billion in interest alone is going to China. And there's some 23 billion, on Eurobond, 57 billion or thereabout to Eurobond, and 23 billion to China for the SGR on interest alone, I think, if I'm not wrong. So come to think about it, then the implementation question comes, is we already approved. So they are following the script as approved, right? And so the challenge comes is that the conversation we need to have, and we, like you said, we have a lot of donor support. Like the EU is supporting reforms at the national treasury, at the public service delivery, and looking, for example, at the timely transfers to counties. So when you think about timely transfers to counties, then you're asking is how much money did we collect that month? That month, what was our priorities? Our priorities were debt and stuff like that. But then asking, was that money available for disbursement? Customs.
Big question all the time. James, we thank you very much for joining us today. Come again soon. James Muragori is the CEO of the Institute of Public Finance Kenya. He's a man who understands budget and budgeting and also understands what Ukur Yatani was talking about yesterday. Even bigger, he'll understand when the finance bill is taken to Parliament. So we'll call him to explain it to us. Tunapigwa tax wapi na wapi. James, thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
And keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour, reminding you about Colgate. And Colgate is asking you, when you go to Naivas...
Yes, and you buy toothpaste, what it does is you can actually see a direct benefit from some of the shillings you spend in sinking water wells to make it more water, to make water more available in some communities which have previously lacked the precious resource.
Indeed. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Kenya and the Democratic Republic of Congo are having extensive discussions on areas of collaboration in the agricultural sector ahead of the signing of a bilateral agreement today. Minister of Agriculture C.S. Anyaga led by Kenyan delegation for a meeting with government officials from the Democratic Republic of Congo led by Professor Saji Shibangu. The signing of the bilateral agreement in the agricultural sector between the two countries will be done today before the respective countries' heads of state. This comes after months of consultations between the technical teams from Kenya and the DRC, headed by C.S. Anyaga on behalf of Kenya and the special envoy to the president of the DRC, Professor Shibangu. Now, President Uhuru Kenyatta has reiterated the government's commitment to continue rolling out programs aimed at aligning Kenya's military training to contemporary security and civilian needs. The head of state said Kenya Defence Forces capabilities are not only anchored on advanced military hardware, but also in its professional personnel. The president, who is also the commander-in-chief, says that this will enable Kenya Air Force Defence Forces in Laikipia Air Base in Nanyuki, where he commissioned KDF's Aviation Centre of Excellence. Now, Haki Africa, a Mombasa-based rights group, has expressed concern over increased cases of insecurity at the coastal town. The lobby made the statement today after a United Democratic Alliance MP aspirant Ali Motau cheated death after his vehicle was sprayed with 22 bullets by unknown gunmen. Bella noted the incident happened in the wake of another incident that happened Saturday when a 35-year-old man was attacked by panga-wielding youth in the city's leisure estate and sustained deep cuts on his head. A similar incident happened in Likoni, where a group of youth went around attacking people with pangas. He called on security agencies to take action against all criminal elements wreaking havoc in the county. Now, all is set for the operationalization of the constitutionally mandated judiciary fund following the conclusion of prerequisite measures by the Parliament and National Treasury. The fund will be operationalized on July 1st, 2022. Siasiatani outlined 4 critical steps undertaken towards the realization of a fully operational judiciary fund, the realignment of the integrated financial management information system to accommodate the fund. Article 173 of the Constitution provides for the establishment of a kitty to be known as the Judiciary Fund, which shall be administered by the Chief Registrar of the Judiciary. Now, the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition party has moved to stem disquiet among constituent party members by resolving to be more inclusive in its decision-making. A meeting called after 8 parties raised concerns has also stated that there will be no zoning, allowing even the fringe parties to participate in the elections. The parties, including Alfred Mutua's Maendeleo Chapchap, Kivuta Kibwana's Muungano Party and Charity Ngilu's NARC, amongst others, had complained of several issues, including exclusion from important matters and decisions. Now, the National Treasury is now seeking to stamp its foot on the ever-increasing nicotine addiction by changing the taxation regime for liquid nicotine from the current shilling per unit to an excise duty of 70 shillings per milliliter. If the proposals will be passed by the August House, the e-cigarettes, also known as vaporizers or vapes on the streets, will be more expensive so as to ensure they are not easily available. Treasury boss Okoh Yatani stated that introduction of new products beyond e-cigarettes has led to addictions, which is negatively affecting health of citizens. The CS Treasury noted that the decision of liquid nicotine has made it easily accessible to school-going children and the youth, thus leading to addiction. Now, the United Nations General Assembly had suspended Russia from the UN Human Rights Council over reports of gross and systemic violations and abuses of human rights by invading Russian troops in Ukraine. The US-led push garnered 93 votes in favor, while 24 countries voted no and 58 countries abstained. A 2/3 majority of voting members in the 193-member General Assembly in New York, abstentions do not count, was needed to suspend Russia from the 47-member General-based Human Rights Council. And the U.S. Supreme Court is to include a black female justice for the first time in its 233-year history after the Senate confirmed Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson to the 9-member bench. 3 Republicans crossed the aisle to seal her appointment by a vote of 53 to 47. Justice Jackson's appointment fulfills President Joe Biden's campaign promise to put a black woman on the court. Chuck Schumer, the majority leader, called it a joyous day for the U.S. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Traffic hour hasn't been so bad today. So a little bit on Raila Odinga, we're heading out towards Ngong Road and then into the city, but that doesn't look too terrible right now. Langata Road also did really well today for most parts of the morning. What else are we looking at? On the Thika Superhighway, here and there, up and about, it had reduced significantly, but now we're seeing it picking up again as heading towards the Utali Drift, but it's not too bad. Bumper to bumper in both directions on Kiambu Road is what else we see. But apart from that, it doesn't look too bad today. So, well done. Can we see if we can keep it that way at least until 9:30 and then see what happens then? SpiceFM KE on Twitter, talk to us there, or text on 40127.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room the only way to
It's 7
start your
minutes after
day.
9. Happy Friday, wherever you're locked in. Thank you very much for keeping it here on SpiceFM around the country, or SpiceFM KE on YouTube and Facebook, or www.spicefm.co.ke. The final hour of the show this week. The day's proverb is from Malawi. Don't think back on someone whose name you forgot. He is probably someone else by now. Don't think back on someone whose name you forgot. He is probably someone else by now. Very many interpretations, but I actually wonder, what do they really mean?
It sounds like a society that's very focused on the now and going ahead. You can get very disappointed. Yes. If you think somebody has remembered something you did for them. It sounds like that kind of society. To be honest, that's what I hear. You thought you had a thing. Kumbe, you're on your own.
Forget about the past.
Yes.
But also, it's cautioning you if you've forgotten about the past, just stay like that. And the thing is, do not forget.
That's another way to look at it.
Do not forget about the past.
Don't get preoccupied with
the present and the future.
Hmm.
Do not forget about the past.
Oh, is the other way?
Yeah.
Of interpreting.
Make sure that you keep remembering so that past does not change.
That's a more positive way.
You
learn from the past.
Yeah. You learn from the past. So it doesn't really change you. Our next guest is one of good listeners of the Situation Room. Every day and every so often he calls in. He spends a lot of his time and energy calling, contributing to the conversations that we have. He said and he has announced that he'd like to be president of this republic. He said and he has announced that he is involved a lot in community engagement and mobilization at the grassroots level. And the conversation that we want to have is the place of grassroots leaders like himself in national politics. Founder, Youth for Youth Revolutionary Declaration. Okay. So we shared the social media posts on the guest, and everybody was like, so what's his name? The name is written as P-I-G-B-I-N, as one name, P-I-G-B-I-N, Pigbin, and the second name is Odimwengu. Now, Odimwengu is straightforward. Pigbin, Big Pin. How do you pronounce your name?
Oh, my name is Pidgin Odimwengu, so you make the B silent.
It's Pidgin.
Yes.
Pidgin Odimwengu.
Yes.
Okay, so the G is a G, it's not a G.
Yeah.
And the B is silent.
Yes.
Okay.
Pidgin, thank you very much for joining us in the show. Asante sana for being here, and welcome to the hot seat of Kenya's biggest conversation. You want to be the president, so that's a hot seat.
No, I'll leave it in flames.
All right.
Good.
Okay.
For those who are not watching the live stream, Pidgin is actually dressed in a beret, and it has this clenched fists. So, and that's red in color, is it?
Yeah, this is red.
I'm a dude.
Well done.
It's red, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's red in color, clenched fist. What's the symbolism and significance of this?
First, allow me to appreciate this opportunity. Of course, I've been an active listener, of course, for some time. And I've been waiting for this day. I've been more than prepared to make it the best of all the shows, maybe. To me, I'm a revolutionist. I believe that there need to be radical changes in some system. And especially to the direction you're heading as a country, we need to have a radical shift of the direction. Because if we don't do that, things are not going to work out. Of course, the feast is to resist. We resist, of course, many people who try to take us to the wrong direction as a country. You see, many people are trying to loot. Many people are promising us things that they don't fulfill. And you have to resist them. But this revolution has to take place via ballot. So it's a peaceful revolution, as I call it. That's why the white always represent peace. So it's a revolution that is peaceful, but must be carried by the ballot, you see. So it's more of organized, because I do say that every revolution can be successful, but if it's not organized, it cannot be effective. So we need to have an organized alternative leadership that when we have this opportunity via ballot, we can take that opportunity and actually have a peaceful transition of government. And that's what I believe in as a revolutionist.
What are the pillars of this revolution?
It's just to resist. You see, one thing
Resist what?
We resist both leadership and leaders. You see, the leaders we have today, they are leaders who have, of course, taken us to this direction. It's in terms of policies, in terms of ideas, in terms of everything else. These are people who have been in this field for over a period of time, promising, and in fact, I'm wondering where do they get their promises? It's still not exhausted. They still have so many promises to give to us, you see. And you wonder also, even in this country, the direction we're moving, we must resist this direction. It's not a right direction. We'll hit the wall soon. Because if you keep on depending on citizens to sustain either the loans you borrow every day, you cannot run on debts forever. We need to start to restructure the direction we're moving to. So we need to make something that is pro-citizens. And as you're talking about the grassroots peoples and the leaders here, we at the grassroots must also ensure that now, how do we get into this national space? Because it's not left for some few people who are either born the leaders and others are just born the grassroots, either mobilizers or the other voters. So we need to get actively into this space. If we don't get actively into this space, then it's going to affect us a lot.
Pigeon, what's happening at the grassroots? Everybody uses this word, grassroots, there's a revolution on the ground, things are different, etc. What is happening at the grassroots level in relation to governance and what people want to see?
Things are different. They say ground is different. At the grassroots is where we totally suffer. But at the national level, they believe that they know what you're going through. And that's why they will always be telling us what they feel. At the grassroots level is where we go even without a meal. We struggle to get even job. Mjengo guys are nowadays in lines and you can't get anything. You struggle moving around and either hawking even, either beets, either tomatoes, pineapples and everything else, and nobody's even ready to buy. I operate a barber shop there and somebody will be coming even to bargain 100 bob. 100 shillings for shaving. They cannot be able to afford that. We can't even be able even to afford rent. Many people. So the ground, when we talk of the ground, is what really happened to the ordinary citizens there. Life there is totally different than what happened to these other guys up here who can be able to afford either an express or expressway, as you say, who can be able to afford maybe good meals. And so it's totally different. And that's why we are saying the ground is different. And really it's now time that the ground must inform the national level what's really going on. And the ground now be the leaders. Not actually the ground still expecting that the national level will of course understand what they're going through.
Is the ground ready? Because I agree with you, we need the revolution. We need alternative leadership. But the ground is also the one electing bad leaders. And even if we say we start at MCA level, forget about presidency. It takes billions, the campaigns, high stakes. Let's talk about MCA level. What quality of MCA leaders did the ground give us? And how can... And what does that show about the ground? Because, MCAs have become a problem as well.
Of course, you see, when you're so either volatile or either when you're so desperate, especially how the national leadership have, of course, made the ground to be so desperate that when you see just even a V8 passing by, that is an MCA, you are running there, not because either you support this guy, but you're expecting maybe an 100 bob for you to have some meals, you see? So we are at a level whereby we either now need to sacrifice because already we are so delicate that you cannot afford anything, and therefore we'll always be moving towards these guys. You see them around with anything else, and even they're now not even coming to ground. You'll only be seeing their posters around there. They're even afraid to be in the ground, you see? And everybody's waiting for something there. So I think we are somehow, of course, very disadvantaged, very actually in a situation whereby we are so desperate that we are falling for anything. And that's why you see people in rallies, even on a weekday, those people are only expecting if there will be 500 somewhere so that I can afford something, you see? So it takes more of sacrifice, actually. We have now to sacrifice, especially at this particular moment, for us to turn and change everything moving forward. So we are, yes, somehow ready, but also there are so many things around that are playing in how are you going to sustain today. The ground is now looking for what are you going to do today, not even tomorrow, you see? And this is very dangerous, especially to move forward. So it's a matter of sacrifice and more mobilization and more of these, you see, raising this awareness. Continuation.
You're a grassroots mobilizer and leader. So what do you do at the grassroots level? What is it that you are involved in on a daily basis?
Majorly, I advocate more of youth leadership. So I always do more of mobilizing youth, bring youth together. I think from 2019 I started a political party. It was more of a WhatsApp group where I brought youth from different counties, and we started the process. In fact, I told them that there's a disconnect between the leadership and the youth. And how do you have to get in through this political party space is very hard. The struggle you make, you can either be either in an organ of a party as either youth wing or whatever. So how do you create a political party that at least can give us space fully to also start participating in this leadership level, you see? Because there's a really big challenge. Even if you go to nominations, you are so disadvantaged. Because here is your opponent running with everything else. So we mobilize even youth from the group. And I'm telling you, those young men even contributed 100,000 until we got a provisional certificate of our registered political party called Accountability and Transparency Party. Now, moving forward from there to have a full registration was very hard. That was the first step on how I saw how young people can come together and actually do something, you see. I've been going on in the same thing now. We are running those what you call Youth for Youth Revolutionary Declaration, whereby we are asking young people, if we have to change our country, first we must offer an alternative leadership. And we must be united irrespective of our political parties. Then if we can be united and move around, then you can unite the rest of the population. So we majorly deal with how can we make the ground level or the grassroots to be actively involved in political affairs, you see.
So several youth came together and they contributed for the registration of the Accountability and Transparency Party.
Yes.
You got the provisional certificate.
Yes.
What were you supposed to do next and what were you unable to do?
What you were supposed to do next was now to of course, have 25 officers as per the law and recruit 2,000 members. Now, to have 25 officers as per the law, it means that we had to now start other mobilization, of course, resources like office, whatever, setup and everything else. To some extent, it was very now difficult. It was like beyond 100 bob you can share per day to ensure that you commit something to a party. In fact, even when we were contributing 100,000, some people are sending even 10 bob. You see, that's what they could manage. So over a period of time now, we moved to how can we get maybe some few guys who might be able to help us, because of course we have tried up to this level. So it was circles and appointments in offices every day and every night with the promises until it reached a level whereby the 6 months had already expired. We had to apply again.
So you were unable to set up 25 offices?
We were unable to set up 25 offices.
But if you say you run a premise, you run a business, and that's a business premise, could it be used also as a party office? Is there a requirement that office can only run political party affairs?
Yeah. It's very simple. What I run is a barber shop. You cannot make a barber shop a political party office. In fact, there are requirements in terms of even the structure where should be office be. You see, there are so many requirements if you check on the requirements of where should we set up an office. One is that office, of course, must be close to the road. Second thing, it must
close to the road.
Yeah, well, accessible. Okay. That's what they say. Very close to the road. Where it's accessible, and then the building or the structure should not be close to any other offices, either as political offices around.
Okay.
And the third thing, it should just be a full office with brandings and everything else. So branding my barber shop as ATP, a barber shop again, it was very hard, you see. But the moment I was now starting this, because there were challenges, when I realized now the office appointments cannot work out, now I came back to the youth and I told them, okay, if you have young aspirants who are looking towards using this party, of course, in offices, why don't you now mobilize either and have offices? When I mobilized over 60 of them, we were almost having 60 youths, but most of them were from different counties. To start up the process, it was already almost August. It has expired. When I was going back to the registrar's office, also now you need to pay another 100,000 and extend it for another 6 months.
You are time bad.
It expired. Yeah, so it was so bad. But at least, still the dream to be on the ballot did not end there. We are still struggling with it.
Right. Dream to be on the ballot. Why have you not considered one, going as an independent, or getting a party that's aligned to your interests? So I'm saying why do you want to be on the ballot? You know, what's your goal and what are the different ways you can get there?
Of course, after the party expired, I told my members that, one, now we need to check on if you have a party that can enable you as an individual to get access to either or to be on the ballot, try that option. Personally, I decided now I'll go for as an independent candidate, because if you approach any party, they'll be telling you either we are in Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, we are aligned to this and this. So if you want to be in this party, either go for MCA, stop your presidency thing, you see. So that was the challenge we are facing. But at the end of the day, I feel that what we feel down there must be on the ballot and must be represented by us. So that if we are coming from the ground there, going to the ballot there and even to vote, let's vote what we relate to, you see. Because there are so many, these guys, even if you check their manifestos, it's like they really know what you're going through, but they don't understand it. That's why you see this whatever care and whatever. They're trying to give some prescriptions to what they feel is fit for us. So we are trying to ensure that we be on the ballot to represent what we really go through and to have an alternative to vote what we really relate to.
Do you think a leader must go through the situation or the experiences of the people in order to be a leader? do you think that it is absolutely necessary for me to go through the processes that you go through on a daily basis to then be in a better position to lead and govern? Do you think so?
What I believe is that when the leadership do not experience or is not in touch with the reality, sometimes it doesn't have any relevance to the ground, or
Right.
to the population. You see, and therefore, me, I'm inspired of the challenges I go through, and that's why I want to go and be on the ballot to represent those challenges. I'm not inspired of either if I have billions and whatever to run a campaign, but through the challenges I go through, you see? And I believe that the leadership must be, of course, in close contact with the realities. The moment you move away from reality, you cannot represent the majority who are in reality.
But you know, one of the problems I have with that argument, I think a leader should be in touch with the reality.
Yes.
But I don't buy the idea that because you're from that background, you'll make a better leader. Because if you listen to the stories of majority of our political leaders, they say where I came from, we didn't have we didn't have shoes, we didn't have food. They come from hardship. But when they get into leadership, instead of looking back, they look at their stomach. So I think values is not just about where you came from. And a leader who is empathetic to the people, I think those are values.
Sure.
Yeah, so for me, the other question is, why presidency? Why go for an impossible seat? You can see even candidates who have been in the field, the PKs, the Karuas, who have been in the field and have a national profile, have looked at this scenario and said they have to join one or other camp. Why not start community-based moving upwards? Yes.
You just don't want to say bottom.
I know. Why not start community up?
The problems are trickling down. The problems are not up front, you see. The problem are trickling down, you see.
So why president?
That's where the problem starts. As I say, it trickles down from the top, you see. For example, the budget of today is Big Four. Is out of the president's vision, and everything else is channeled to that direction, you see. Therefore, anybody who is in there, either an MCR or MP, is trying to help the president implement his whatever Big Four agenda, you see. So if those policies and projects are not, of course, in relationship or in touch with the reality and in the common citizens, it will not work out. I will tell you, everybody in this government, even if it is any organ, at the end of the day, you are trying to help the president or the government to either achieve their policies. So if the president is a president who thinks of expressways is very important than even having a public hospital in my area there, then tell me how are I getting in touch? You see, their basic need of a president today is more of even a luxury to myself and a luxury to so many people. So if we can have a president that thinks of basic need being an hospital around there, then I feel that once we graduate gradually from the basics, then we can move to something that is very important, you see. But when you have a president that actually is basic, is more of luxury to the majority of citizens, we cannot relate. That's why I feel the problems start from the top.
Can I ask you then, in terms of, your strategy as a political party, especially because it's very impressive you've been able to mobilize youth. It's very impressive that youth are contributing, because that's a shift in mindset. They are now driving their own agenda. What's your strategy for the local MCA positions? Because just before this, we were talking to one of the community organizers who was saying that at the county level, they have a problem because the county government gives promises, whether it's for the dispensary, whether it's on urban agriculture, on the day-to-day things, because, counties are managing the things that touch the day-to-day lives of people, including food, including access to water. What's your strategy to get into those positions?
You see, the Youth for Youth Declaration is first to, of course, call young people to come out for positions. 2 is to rally young people to help each other. 3 is to come up with a youth-based manifesto. You see, I think that we need to shift from a concept whereby a president come with a manifesto and tell you that I'll do this and this. I think the community, and especially the other civil society and everybody else, we must be able to of course, come together and inform the manifesto of the next government and force the leaders who want to be in office to sign to those manifestos, even at a community level. You see, the community leaders need to come together and see what is necessary for this area, you see. Then they come up with a draft proposal of what they think is necessary. Then you force your leaders to sign to that, those who are those who want to implement anything else. Once they sign to your document, then you can keep them accountable, you see. But when the community play a role of only mobilizing, and it's like you wait for either the leader or somebody who want to be in office to tell you what you think is necessary for you, we are going actually to lose it. So to my understanding, as even we are even coming up in our Youth for Youth Revolution, we are bringing more of the CBOs and the organizations so that we build a people-based manifesto. When the people have a manifesto for themselves, then at least when I, as a leader, may be going for the presidency, I'm signing to this manifesto, I'm signing to the people-based manifesto. And the members who contributed to this manifesto can keep me accountable, you see. But when you only think of that, I will sit somewhere with my team and tell you that I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, we are not in touch.
Do you have that manifesto? Do you have something that the people are signing on to?
We are building it. And by July, we'll be having a Youth for Youth manifesto. But I know there are also manifestos, like the Youth Senate is developing a youth manifesto, and there are so many other organizations who are also building a manifesto that they will be forcing leaders to sign to, you see. And that's what you're looking forward to.
Do you think it's necessary to be known across board to then be welcomed or accepted or invited then to that position of saying, I will then put myself into the presidency? Do you realize the importance of being known beyond your community where you are doing this mobilization?
Yeah, it's very necessary. Of course, it's so media. You see, media play a big role to reach out to many people. But the problem is that it's very hard also for us who are down there at least to access even that media visibility. It's very hard. You see, every day in our newspapers, every day Israel Ruto, every news Israel Ruto. So you find that even we shape the conversation of a country, you see, as media. And if you can give alternative voices, actually, you can also shape that conversation. But we do this. Like even tomorrow, I'll be in Meru, meeting the young aspirants from Meru in all different political parties. I'll be walking around. What I simply do, I only do a campaign that I can manage. Last time I was here, I drove by here, GM. I was walking on foot to town as I was speaking to people. And actually raising the price of ordinary citizens. On my way from Jogo Road to Pipeline, doing the same. I've been in town several times, meeting people and talking to them. And I'm now going to Meru to still talk to the people. Until we talk to the people, what they go through, and they feel, really, this is what you go through, we can now take it to the ballot.
What kind of impact have you had? You were in Pipeline, that is Embakasi what?
Is Embakasi East and Embakasi South.
Okay.
Yes.
So yours is East.
Yes.
So in Embakasi East, where you work and live,
yes,
how many youth have you been able to bring together who are in this movement that you're saying, X number of youth, we have conversations on a regular basis, maybe we even have a WhatsApp group or a Telegram group or whatever, we meet once in a while, and this is a conversation that's happening. This is how we're going to impact elections in our wards and in our constituency.
Just the last week we were having the Embakasi Youth Focus. I'm having 4 MCAs from Embakasi in the same team of the Youth for Youth. They're already coming out to give the alternative, you see. And we are, of course, moving so many of them. I'm having the Boda guys around and I'm telling Boda guys, can you give one of you to be a leader, you see? Can one of you volunteer to be a leader here?
Four
MCAs already from Embakasi who are ready to go for MCAs. And these are ordinary youths. Yeah.
And they want to go as independents?
Two of them are independent. Others are still going for their nominations, you see. And overall, I have around 170. I have even 3 young aspirants for senatorial seat in Nairobi here.
All this in Embakasi East?
No, nationally. Embakasi East, we are now having 4.
Okay.
And we are moving around to at least make this information at least available to the public. Because what is also lacking is that many young aspirants don't know this. But you see, the concept of this Youth for Youth is that we are young, and of course we are either not able financially to compete with our competitors. But if you can have a pool of 50 aspirants in Nairobi from different political parties, then you maybe hire a caravan together and say that we'll be starting from Embakasi East and Embakasi South this week. You find that even the cost of doing this will be very cheap to us and affordable, so that we can actually still maintain the same visibility at a lower cost. This is what we are struggling with.
What criteria are you using? Because we are saying we've got bad leadership, and we are hearing now the issue of vetting has come in. In where we stay, we have vetting taking place tomorrow. What are the criteria you're looking for in these aspirants?
First, to us, it's not automatic that being a youth makes you a leader. It's not automatic. And that's why it's also not automatic out of over 20 million youth We only have maybe 2,000 or 5,000 who will be coming out for these positions. What we want them, of course, to execute, and that's why we are building a manifesto for them, not them to tell us what they want to execute. What we want them to execute will be built based from the organizations, and these are the guys within from the ground who will, of course, will formulate this youth agenda and youth manifesto, you see? So to whether they are going to execute their duty will be based on how they're going to implement whatever is signed and either mobilized from teams, you see? But we're also trying to link these people with, of course, there's a lot of course, capacity building in terms of either presentation and anything else. There's a lot of training that have to be in place in terms of governance and everything else. We are trying to partner now with organizations that are willing to take these people through this process. And the first thing we must appreciate is that they have taken the step. Irrespective of them being either financially constrained, they're taking the step.
Agreed. And then I'll ask the same question in a different way. What if you're successful? Because youth is attractive to youth. Youth are the majority. If you are able to capture the imagination of the majority, your youth will be successful. How do you ensure once they get into that office, they don't become part of the problem? Because like we are saying, we have a leadership crisis.
And that's why we are saying that what will make them be there is a manifesto that originates from us, from the people. So we can keep them accountable. You see, if they don't execute whatever they signed to, because these people are not coming in because they said, I'm going to do this as an individual, that's why you're electing me. Youth are going to vote you because you promised this, that was part of their agenda and part of their manifesto. So if you don't do that, you don't get their support anymore, you see. But anytime you see, people do change. And anybody who change, especially when you have a scorecard that you're trying to reflect, you will know that this guy promised this and he's not doing this and he is out of this. You don't need him again, you see. But the problem is that you keep on having leaders always fail and you still put them in again. You get them in again, they fail. You get them in again, they fail. Because we didn't have, of course, that accountability mechanism. For example, who can put Jubilee government to account for whatever they promised as either their manifesto? Nobody, because it was just originated a party manifesto, you see. So it's only upon the party to keep them accountable. But I'm also asking the citizens, actually, as we are giving ourselves as leaders or going out for leadership positions, citizens must also take the active role to ensure that the leaders actually have a manifesto that originates from them. You should not just see leaders as somebody there that you are waiting for election and maybe you ask, why do you not do this? We must walk with them the journey from the manifesto, from the origin of the concept, through the whole process until 5 years are over. And then we evaluate them. After 5 years, we still need to walk with them the same journey.
Let's take a break. 26 minutes to 10. Kenya's biggest conversation. We're talking about the role of grassroots leaders and mobilizers in national elections. Pigeon Odimwengu is a presidential aspirant. He's a founder of the Youth for Youth Revolutionary Declaration. He's here with us in the studio telling us about the work that they've been doing in the community. The conversation continues shortly.
Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. Brought to you by Colgate.
You know, when you see someone being jailed, a governor or two or someone who stole, then people will fear. Because our problem is not the borrowing, it's the stealing.
We've become actually a nation of thieves. The only thing we lack is an opportunity to steal.
The guys who quote the Bible and say, I'm a Christian and all that, and you know they're thieves. Return what you have stolen 4 times. If you know that you have property or anything that you have stolen, just return and say, my God does not allow me to hold stolen things.
We are also a reflection of you, because you elect us. You know, we don't get into our office by ourselves. We are a reflection of the people who elect us.
We don't want to go to the streets. We have a constitution that enables us, assert our will.
When the legislators are now being taken as hostage by the executive for whatever reason, we are now bound by what they want us to do.
This is just outside the realms of reality. We have impunity written into the DNA of our political class.
How old were you when you learned that Jeshi Lokop is Jeshi Lawokov?
I can't say it very well. No, Jeshi Lokop.
And everyone knows.
Okay.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
21 degrees, cloudy conditions in Nairobi, highs of 26 and lows of 15 today. At 19, we'll see the sun out for most of today, highs of 29 and lows of 13 in Nakuru. It's mostly cloudy at 22 in Nyeri, highs of 26 and lows of 15, while mostly cloudy at 22 in Eldoret, highs of 27 and lows of 14. We're looking at now sunny conditions in Mombasa at 31, highs of 33 and lows of 26. The sun is also out in Malindi at 32. It'll go to highs of 34. It's sunny at 26 in Kisumu, highs of 30. 30. We'll see highs of 31 in a sunny Kakamega. Partly sunny conditions in Kampala at 24, highs of 29, while Dar es Salaam continues to rain at 28, highs of 33 and lows of 25. In Johannesburg, it's cloudy at 13. We'll see highs of 19, while highs of 33 in a mostly sunny Lagos and 33 as well in Kinshasa. Going into Friday afternoon, it's 22 and sunny in Beijing. We'll see highs of 25. The rain continues in Paris at 7, highs of 9, and we'll see highs of 10 in a sunny London, while it's raining still Thursday night in New York. We'll see highs of 18 and lows of 7.
Spice up your life.
All right, still continues a little bit here and there on Mombasa Road. We've not really looked at this morning. Hasn't been too crazy. Or that Imara Daima inbound traffic, something's causing that to the city just over that hill. Keep an eye on that. The southern bypass, however, looking pretty good if you want to escape that. Coming off of Jogo Road is where you'll see most action for now, and it looks a lot better on the Thika Superhighway this morning, except just at that nook of the Muthaiga Square and the Pangani underpass. But then getting out into the city will not be too painful thereafter. Friday started off right. Let's keep it that way through into the weekend. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text through the day 40127.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM.
Business news on Spice FM. I'm Dennis Aseto. The government has allocated 7 billion shillings to enable the purchase of COVID-19 vaccines and related expenses during the 2022-2023 financial year. The funds will be part of the 62.3 billion shillings set aside to fund activities and programs for the attainment of universal health coverage. 3.2 billion shillings has been allocated for the tourism fund and 1.8 billion shillings for tourism promotion as a way of tourism recovery post-COVID-19 pandemic. Treasury CS says Kenya's economy demonstrated remarkable resilience to the COVID-19 shock in 2020 and a staged recovery in 2021. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, it said the government's strategy to revive the tourism sector had yielded positive results. Now, the Kenya Revenue Authority will be renamed Kenya Revenue Services in a move aimed at transforming its image. This is aimed at rebranding and transforming its public image and subsequently enhancing tax compliance. Under its new name, the taxman will put more focus on improving customer relations and maintaining a clear focus on taxpayers' needs. And the Kenya Bureau of Standards has put Italian candy maker Ferrero, which makes Kinder Joy chocolates, on notice over safety concerns after European markets pulled the product from supermarket shelves due to health concerns. European authorities halted the popular chocolate product, which is popular among children, on a precautionary recall due to salmonella outbreak fears. In a bid to increase health insurance knowledge and penetration, MTIBA and Britam Insurance have kicked off a 9-day educational roadshow campaign set to touch Nairobi and its environs. The campaign is aimed at showcasing the importance of affordability of health insurance to the public in order to help more Kenyans make more informed health insurance decisions. For Spice Business, I'm Dennis Aseto.
Business news, keeping you up to date on all your money matters.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
20 to 10, the conversation continues. Eric Latiff, Ndu Okoh, Wanjiru Gikonyo, and Pidgin Odimwengu, presidential aspirant, founder of the Youth for Youth Revolutionary Declaration, talking about mobilizing at the grassroots level and the role that the grassroots leaders have in national politics and national governance. So, Pidgin, there's a lot of work that you're saying that, is happening across the country at the grassroots level. Many of the current serving MCAs will tell you that they were involved in grassroots mobilization. Many of them would tell you that. Many who are campaigning now would tell you they were involved in grassroots mobilization. So if you actually were to be very objective, you would say that at county assembly level, going up into national assembly level, many leaders start as grassroots leaders, grassroots mobilizers. What happens? What changes them when they get to office?
You see, they end up being puppet of the leaders of the political parties also they belong to. Sometimes you see it's very hard when you find most of the bills passed in parliament and you realize that there was a meeting of a party leader calling either their MPs to do whatever they wanted to do, you see. And you realize that even the processes, especially now the nominations, you find that they are not even sometimes fair. And some people find like a favor to be nominated. Some people even realize that even being elected was more of either another favor from somewhere else, you see. So you find that if you realize that there are some people who either influenced your journey to be somewhere, then these guys hold you like they are puppets, you see. Every time and again you run here and there. And when you try to be independent enough, you realize that you are either 3 or 4 of you somewhere. So there's a big problem on the shift of how even people get to be leaders in the first place.
Are you saying being a member of a political organization, a political party, whatever, robs you of your independence?
You see, Eric, sometimes, and you have to be, of course, be realistic here. Parties do not anymore execute their ideologies.
If they had them in the first place.
Maybe. It's about a leader saying this, and this should be done like that, you see. And I'm finding this, of course, being against the spirit of political parties, you see. When more parties are now, even we now have this leeway of more people to go even as independent candidates, we are going to lose the real meaning of a party. Because parties are supposed to be based on ideologies. But when these ideologies, like for example, there's people fight for either democratic spaces and whatever. But realize even in their practices, you can't get that. You can't even see that democracy in anywhere else, you see. So parties are becoming private entities and individuals entities, you see. And therefore, you only subscribe to an individual and then you belong to that party. If you shift from this party to another party, and then you are a member of that party, then you wonder how now do these individuals even execute the ideologies of such parties.
Can I ask maybe a slightly different question, just to understand, what's the life of a community mobilizer like? Outside of the politics, what do you do for the community, and how do you do it?
It's a lot of course. Most of these guys do just, it's called, if you are to call it pro bono services, if it is for legal services, you see, it's a lot of sometimes you struggle first of all as an individual to sustain your living. Because it's not that you are paid or you are in a good either living category or either you earn some good salaries, that's why you are a community either, or do mobilization in the community. You also struggle with your own things. And at the end of the day, the challenges the experiences you get every day, the problems people come with every day, it makes you feel like, I don't have any power beyond this to do anything beyond this. See? You listen to everybody's situation every day. I don't have even 100 bob for maybe today. Maybe you are calling us to have a meeting maybe next day, maybe at 10. But you see, I don't have anything. Maybe I'll go to work first and then I'll come for that meeting later. So there's a lot of challenges and you really get in touch with the real situation. In fact, you empathize a lot.
Take us through your day, like from the moment you wake up to the moment you retire in the evening. What are the things that you do, including your own business?
In the morning, I operate to business.
Okay.
I'm a cobbler. That's the first, of course, business I've been doing for a long period of time. So as a cobbler, every day you'll be finding clients, ordinary clients who come around to either repair some shoes, and they'll be giving 1 or 2 stories. Here, this happened. The other side, this is what happened here. Even that whatever was happening here, I had yesterday, like they'll be telling you, I had yesterday, there was an MP who came around and gave us, 200. Is there anybody coming around today again? Because I don't know where I'm going to get money today. I don't know where I'm going to get money today. So my cobbling work is just opposite my barber. Okay. So either if there's a client at the barber shop, then I'll have to leave the shoes a bit, go attend the client at the barber shop, then come back to the So I try to mix these. Then at evening side time maybe at around 4, then we'll be having group of young people and other people who come around the barber shop, and we start conversing around the day-to-day activity, the politics of this country, the problem we go through from the shortage of water around the villages and the community there. You realize that there's no water for the last of 1 month. There's a private maybe supply of that water. The public water system that was supposed to be there is not there anymore, and you'll be getting stories that somebody aliamua kukata kaeka yake. You see, then even the other day, these guys who supply water using donkeys, they were like, they were walking around as if they were striking. From today, we'll be selling water from 15 bob per jerrycan and not 10 bob per jerrycan. Then you ask them why, they'll be telling you because the supply is no longer there, and from the supply point, they have increased their payment from 3 bob to 5 bob. So you realize you get a lot of this situation around. I sit down with them. I even sometimes
Now I meet these community health workers also who go around and maybe mobilize if it is corona vaccination things and everything else. They'll be coming and telling me, this and this is what's affecting us or happening. There's a woman maybe somewhere who was not able to get maybe medication. She went to a certain hospital around. She was sent back, you see. So it's a lot of conversation I have with these people every evening, and even as they come and I attend to them.
How much do you engage with the county? So, for instance, water, the issue you're discussing is Nairobi County.
Yes.
Nairobi Water.
Yes.
What progress have you made in terms of now putting the community together to try and push for the water, or even if it's the health, again, county? What do you engage on that side? Have you been able?
See, to that side, of course, we have those representatives who, of course, work as a health service, either the CSR, the community, whatever. They do come. And we will be having now issue table to them that this and this is what's going on. But at the end of the day, realize like in the whole of either Embakasi East, we'll be getting, there's one primary school that is in the other side of Machakos in Mavoko. One primary school, one public primary school. The rest are private schools. There's another one public secondary school, you'll get it at the AP camp. The one public hospital is at AP camp, the other one is Mama Lucy. All around, you'll only be getting the private sector and everything else. And that's why I also blame sometimes the priority of our government. You see, when basic things like education, health are becoming private instead of being public, and then even you're moving to roads being private, you really make it hard for ordinary citizens.
Who are the partners you work with to help you? Because like now, earlier we were speaking to Eve, who's again, maybe CBO, so maybe slightly different because a CBO has a institution, maybe more support. And she was saying they've used their budget advocacy to be able to influence the priorities of the government. So do you have partners? Because these issues are difficult. Whether it's running for office or even community mobilization, you need partners. So have you been able to establish those partnerships, or is that something you'd be thinking of doing?
Yeah, like the youth focus we had the other time, it was organized, of course, in partnership with the Embakasi youth organization, and we were having also partners from the private sectors, of course, the churches, hotels, and the clubs and everything around. And in fact, we are even developing that concept that is within the community leaders, that we need to have a community that can operate through the private sectors, even without politics, where the private sectors, especially the business community around, can give something. There's something they can either contribute to a certain kitty, that's a community kitty, that they can contribute something annually that at least can go to different sectors of the society. If maybe like a church around contribute maybe 100,000 per year back to the community kitty, then a club around and maybe a supermarket around contribute something back to the kitty, then you'll be able to solve this problem without, if maybe, for example, there's fee issue, and then you walk around asking people to contribute for you. Once there's that coordinated community kitty, that's organized within the community, then you easily run to the community office and get some support without going around. So the concept is still going on in the various offices of the assistant chief, of course, the offices of those other CBOs and the churches, and they are being involved so that we can be able to build a consensus and have a platform on how can we move forward, so that a community can even run without political influences. You see, the community can give back and run a sustainable community.
Okay,
that's what we are building.
How is the current leadership in these areas involved in some of these things that you're talking about, apart from the 200, 100 shillings that it's being given? How is the current leadership involved, or where do you see that the current leadership is failing the community?
I think it might be a problem also. Where did we get the leaders in the first place?
If the leaders,
yes, we voted for them, but
get leaders outside the ballot.
The problem is,
how did they end up in the ballot?
The problem is, in the first place,
enough, yeah.
Most of leaders who sometimes get elected, especially either at MPs and whatever level, are not around the community. Or if they're in community, they're either in big sites of either Westland, in town here, in Nairobi and wherever, and then they'll come to the community level at this time of politics. This is the time they come around and have some tournaments and distribute some other things.
But that applies even to the MCA from the village. Yes. When you elect them, they go.
Now, you see,
and they come driving with their big 4-wheel to visit. Isn't it?
Yeah, when they come back, and that's what I'm telling people. Of course, when it happened that you elected somebody within the community, then he disappeared. When he's coming back, just allow him to disappear.
Forget him.
That you are probably saying. Don't expect this guy to still help you around. Just forget him.
Now we found the context for the proverb. It's that one.
It's simple.
Forget
if
him.
they forgot you, then
Yeah.
they should let you move on.
Yes, it's simple. You see, but when you find still people still believe that this guy who disappeared in the last 5 years can still come back again, is a problem, and that's why I'm challenging the community, especially as the active citizens. Let's take control at this particular moment. This is the only time we can have a change and a shift in the direction we're moving as a country. If we can be able to mobilize, and you know now each politician wants a vote. So if you can be able to be organized enough and have some citizens manifesto, everybody will be running to sign that. But
So-
at least you can keep them accountable.
So, back to my question. So, the current leadership
The
is
current
not
MCA,
involved.
current-
The MCA.
They're not
of course,
involved.
but they're not involved in these things you're telling
They're
us
not.
about today. When you leave the shop and you're going in the evening and people are coming and they're talking about water issues, people are talking about school fees they do not have, people are saying there's an MP, he has brought 200, when will he come again? You're saying the current leadership is not involved in these issues that people are currently coming to you for.
They are not involved at all. They only come maybe once with that 200, then they disappear. Even when we were having the youth focus, none of them was around.
Why didn't you consider recall?
You see-
If you have local elected, and I know it's not that easy, but if you have local elected who disappeared, and you have community networks,
and clear needs in the
Recall.
community
You
that are
see,
not being met.
Of course, it's an option to try. And it's even the ruling was saying that if you have to have either initiative, the BBI thing, if you have to have either the pro-citizens, whatever, driven referendum or amendment changes, it must be, the cost must not be that above the ordinary citizen to attempt it. You see? Even the recall process is, of course, it's possible, but if you see the processes, and that's why we want this agreement, if it's a manifesto, it must give, if possible, it give a legal. It give a legal clause that you don't even
For
need to go
accountability.
around. Just go to court and tell the MP, you promised this, you signed this, you didn't fulfill this. We are now moving to court to get you out.
I hear what you're saying in terms of absentee leadership, because if a leader comes from, and that's why I think MCAs in the rural areas are more accountable to their people, because this is where you come from. Even if you move to the urban area, you have left your mother, your brothers, your uncles. This is your village. You will still, we have ways of pulling you back in. Now, in urban areas such as Nairobi, you will find that many of the leaders, especially the MPs in Embakasi East, Embakasi West, they have not been there. I don't even want to imagine the last time that Babu Owino lived in Embakasi. Or that Jaguar lived in Starehe. You know, if you think about it, they
don't even live among
they don't live there. So issues of water, last night there was no water, we have not had water for a week.
There's no touch on it.
They don't relate. Now, you're saying you're trying to sensitize people into electing local leaders. I think that would also go into encouraging and identifying suitable candidates in the local community and helping campaign for them. You've said 4 have come out, 4 have said they'd like to be MCAs for various wards in Embakasi East. What is the reception like for those 4?
Of course, we haven't started the physical rallies. What you're trying to do now is still to bring them, inspire them to come, more of them to come. Then as I've told you through the declaration, we want to move together. So we want to move together. Like, for example, if you will be having 4 or 10 of them from Embakasi, then we'll be having others from the county. So when you are coming together, like, for example, we have the Embakasi Rally Youth for Youth. We'll be having a young governor who want to be a governor in Nairobi, a young senator who want to be a senator in Nairobi, women rep and whatever, and the MP and the MCAs around in the same caravan, you see? So when you're around in your area now, we can be able to mobilize also, and we can be able to move together. Even before that rally, we can be able to work together.
Can I ask, voters, especially the crowds, are used to cash money. What's your campaign strategy so that you don't fall, because you don't have the cash money? How are you going to get to the voter?
You see, they ask for cash where they know there's cash, because they know people who have cash. They know them very well. They know people who have made some money somewhere. You see? Like, none of them have ever come to my shop and asked me, because you want to be a president, help me with the 100 bob. Because they know I operate there, they know what I can get from there, you see. But of course, if somebody drives the V8 and he's not giving you anything and he's telling you that it's charity, surely, where are you taking your cash, you see? So they also know. And that's why we want to, and in fact, I'm telling even the ordinary citizens, you can also be a leader. You know, if you are from that group, even the cash handouts will not be that much. In fact, your friends will be telling, okay, I just to campaign here, let's move forward together, you see? And it's possible. But when you expect these guys who come with VS and you don't expect them to leave something there and they have money, of course, you can see they have it. It's very hard, you see?
It's going to be a very, very tough one.
Yeah.
Why not go for an MCA position, Pidgin?
You see, you're an implementer.
So let me ask you, are you going to be able to afford the nomination fees required for presidential candidates?
Yes, 100,000. I'm going to get that.
Okay.
I'm going to mobilize that.
Are you going to be able to mobilize a campaign countrywide to beat Raila and to beat Ruto?
Or your
You see,
intention is not to win, but to make
No,
a
you see,
statement.
my intention is to be there for you to choose who do you want to elect. So it's upon the citizens
But I
themselves.
need
Because
to
once
know.
I'm on the ballot, you see, I'm moving around, and that's why you see how I'm struggling even to move around. I'm walking on foot around even to talk with the little I have. You see, and I'm not stopped because of that. I don't have money. I'm waiting for some sponsors. I don't have somewhere. I'm trying to move with whatever I'm getting. Now I'll be in Meru and I'll be walking 3 hours in Meru town with my fellow youth there, trying to talk to these people. But I know that once I'm on the ballot and through this media platform, I will be able also to reach other people. Maybe I might not be able to reach them physically because I don't have that enough resources, but I'll be able to reach those citizens. The issue is to provide for you an alternative so that if you go to the ballot, who do you choose? Do you choose Raila to rule you again? Well and good. We'll be still there to try again. And if you have to suffer, I will be pleased that at least I gave an alternative. And he chose the other people.
Good one. Pidgin, thank you very much for coming. I'm Kenny Kenya. This is who? Umanyosh.
Yes.
Says he's enjoyed listening to you and thanks us for bringing you. But we thank you for tuning into SpiceFM and for always being active and contributing. Thank you for being an active listener of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
And we wish you all the best, man. You'll come again.
I do appreciate.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Water is big. You hear Pidgin telling us about the donkeys that supply water in the community, and then the water supplier says bei imepanda.
Yeah.
Itabidi tubadilishe. Now imagine in various communities around the country, and this is a problem that is there. Colgate, working with Wellboring, a UK NGO, has been to Kisumu, Siaya, Kakamega, Migori, Kwale, Kitui, and Homa Bay counties. So far, they've done 90 water wells at schools in these 7 counties, and they're saying we'd like to do some 30 more water wells by the end of this year.
Indeed. And you can contribute to this as well. Clearly, when folks say water is life, know what they're talking about. When you buy a tube of toothpaste at any Naivas, a tube of Colgate toothpaste at any Naivas, it contributes directly to sinking more water wells around the country.
Thank you very much. Wajiro, have a lovely weekend.
Thank you.
See you next week.
Asante.
God willing.
God willing.
Today's proverb is from Malawi. I'm going to read it like the president of Malawi would. Don't think back on such. Okay. Don't think back on someone whose name you forgot. He is probably someone else by now. Don't think back on a voter whose name you forgot. That voter is probably someone else by now. Have a lovely weekend, folks. See you on Monday. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is Newswire Dennis Asato. Cases of early pregnancy among girls has dropped by 21% in Trans Nzoia County. The county's reproductive health coordinator Betty Haemba said the cases were expected to decrease even further after the county government received a clinic from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation under the Challenge Initiative East Africa.
2020, the teenage pregnancy in Trans Nzoia County was so high. We were at 47%, but as we are speaking currently, we are at 21.7%, which is a great improvement and a tap on our backs. With the support from